Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is day 3 in the Lakefront Park Improvements hearing. It is February the 26th of 2026. And just very quickly, our applications that we're hearing in this proceeding are 2025-SSD-0001, 2025-SCUP-0001, 2025-SFAR-0001, 2025-ZCUP-001, and 2025-ADAP-0001. After we had recessed from the hearing yesterday, the applicant, the appellant, and I met at the front door to City Hall as we had agreed to do. Everybody was there at 11:30 as we had agreed. There were a couple of members of the general public, I gathered, who had heard, maybe had been participants in the hearing. I don't know, because I don't know who the gentlemen were, but they asked if they could tag along, and essentially all of us in the principal party group decided it would be best if they didn't. So the only ones who took the little tour were myself and the representatives of the principal parties. We walked over to the site. I told them that I wanted to see what we're calling the Turner property area first, and then I would look at the preserve second. The gate was unlocked, and I walked in and spent time walking around the site and looking at the various characteristics. Then I advised the parties that I was ready to leave and go to the preserve, which I did. And then we walked back to City Hall and we all departed. We spent about a half an hour together on that site visit, and there was no communication between any of the parties and me, other than at the very beginning to agree that the two citizens shouldn't be there. And then the two opportunities in the middle of the visit where I said I'm ready to leave the Turner property and go to the other one, and prior to that when I said I wanted to see the Turner property first. And if I recall, that was the sum substance of any communication between me and the parties. I very much appreciate the opportunity to have been able to walk the site. It does make a difference in perceiving and understanding what you folks are all talking about. So I thank both parties for making that a possible, in my opinion, successful use of our time. We, if I have my notes correctly, are either about to start or have just barely started redirect of Ms. McClusick by Ms. Pratt. At least I think that's where we are.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was just going to say that I had not actually finished my cross-examination.
Okay. I stand corrected then.
Mr. Gall?
Ms. Pratt.
I had done redirect, and Mr. Anaker was now getting another chance, I assume, to ask her questions about my redirect.
Yes, that's correct. I was on recross, I suppose.
Okay. Thank you both. If you'll recall back to the first day, I had said that we would take public testimony, give people a chance anyway, out of order if they wanted to. And at the time, I said we'd do it after the city finished its initial application testimony. Through no fault of anybody's, I'm not blaming anybody, but this has dragged on longer than I thought it might. Maybe dragged is the wrong verb to use. It's extended longer than I thought it would. And so I thought I would, this morning, after we're through with Ms. McClusick, before we go to the city's next witness, I thought I would just ask if there are any members of the public present with us at that time who want to offer some testimony. So try to tuck anybody in at that time that wants to do so. I looked at the list of participants a few minutes ago. There are some more now, so maybe there will be more for the public. Uh, is there background noise on my end? Are you hearing a leaf blower?
You're kind of going in and out is what I'm hearing.
Okay. Apparently my lawn guy has gotten here. Let me shut him off. Okay. Hang on just a minute. If it's bothering you, it's not good for us. Okay, that should be a lot better. It's hard to get him to hear anything when he's got a leaf blower going. Okay, so we'll try to see if there are any members of the public who want to testify after the examination of Ms. McClusick has concluded. So, Mr. Aneker.
Yes, two hopefully very quick, just preliminary matters. First of all, I still have not received any communication about additional exhibits that are in the record.
But we sent those last night.
I didn't get an email. How did you send them?
I emailed, they're in the Dropbox. The email says they're in the Dropbox that you have access to. My
apologies. It looks like I missed that email. My apologies. I did get it at 6 p.m. I'm sorry about that, everyone. Okay. And then the other one is, and I appraised Ms. Pratt about this yesterday, is I've been having some issues with expert wrangling. I have one that is available today and tomorrow, and one that will be available on Tuesday. I mean, now that we're a day and a half behind, I am having to face this. I think that won't be a problem for me, but I just wanted to let everyone in the hearing know that I am doing my darnest to get everybody here in a timely way. And I think it will all work out now, but I wanted to just appraise everyone that I'm having difficulty with that. And the next time that they'd both be available is next Friday. Hopefully we can avoid that, but I just wanted to flag it in advance. I don't want that to happen, but.
Okay. You can bring this up again tomorrow morning if you feel the need to. Let's see where we are by tomorrow morning. We may be at a point where you're pretty comfortable that you'll be able to get your witness, some of them on anyway tomorrow, yeah, this is Thursday, isn't it? Okay, let's see what we can do. So, do you have further repros?
Yes, just a couple.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. McClusick. Were you able to review any of the relevant documents in this matter since we recessed on Tuesday?
I have reviewed documents since we recessed. I don't know which documents you might be referring to, so I can't say that I've referred to what you're wanting me to have referred to.
Can you point me to where in the record there is a clear depiction of the existing conditions at the site?
The purpose of the impact assessment is to describe the existing condition and the proposed condition for the purpose of determining what we're here to talk about, which is, no net loss, etc. So me, being someone who works with these types of figures all the time, that's a very clear figure to me.
Which exhibit is that?
Is the impact assessment exhibit. Or the impact assessment set, but I'm wondering what exhibit it appears in. Give me a moment.
Is that in exhibit 10 or 11?
Or 12?
Or 12?
Yes, I have confirmed that it is in exhibit 10.
I will share my screen here.
Can you point him to save us some time? Can you point him to, because he asked, is there a particular exhibit? And I think he meant particular sheet in an exhibit, because some of them are many, many pages long. He just wants to know where he can find the existing conditions depicted. At least I think that's what he wants.
Mr. Galt has read my mind. Which page in Exhibit 10, which I have pulled up here, can we look at and see a depiction of the existing site conditions?
It is PDF page 50, 51, and 52.
Okay, so this is 51 or 50. Okay. So I'm looking at PDF page 51 here.
Mm-hmm.
And in the middle, there is a building labeled community building. Is the community building extant now?
In the sense that it stands as a complete structure now, yes, it is there.
Will
now.
the footprint be changing at all?
Yes, the footprint will get smaller by 1 foot on the north end, which is why you can see that shown in the image.
Okay. Is the deck existing now?
There are 2 decks existing now. There is an impervious concrete deck, which will be removed. There is a wood deck that has rock underneath it, which will be removed. Those will be replaced by a pervious deck, which you can see here.
Okay. And what is that dark gray or black cross hatching?
We're not seeing an exhibit.
Oh.
Yeah,
very
can
hard
you
to
share your screen?
Oh,
So
I'm
you're
sorry.
looking at the same thing?
I'm sorry about that. I thought that I had shared screen. I'm now sharing my screen. Actually, everyone is nodding and smiling in confirmation. I have represented as exhibit 10. Up on the screen, we are on PDF page 51. And there is a dark gray or black cross hatching pattern. Can you see what I'm talking about?
If you pan down, you'll see the legend that shows that hatch.
Okay, so what is that hatch now that the legend is up?
I'm sorry, you're moving your cursor around. Are you talking about the dark black cross hatch, or are you talking about one of the other hatches? And there is a lighter crossing. If you could just hover that over
my mouse cursor is directly adjacent to the label, to the right of the label.
Yes.
Playground area. What is that?
And so if you go over to the legend, you can see that crosshatch is new permanent buffer impact.
Okay. So this is not existent on the site right now then, though.
The playground or the new permanent buffer impact?
New permanent buffer impact.
No, that's not existing yet. That's what we're
So this image is existing conditions and new conditions?
Yes, this image shows the existing condition and the proposed change to the existing condition.
There's no sheet.
What is the land type change?
Okay, there's no sheet that depicts just the existing conditions.
So there are a lot of exhibits, as we all know here, and you have looked through them and I have looked through them. Now, I know that we submitted things with permit applications that we already established some of them did not make it into this exhibit list. So being grilled on where this appears.
This is sounding like a no. Is your answer no?
I'm not sure because I need to go through all these pages just like
Are you the
have.
project manager?
Objection
Yes,
to the
sir.
argumentative nature of the questions.
It
is
is getting that
cross-examination.
way. Let's see if we can avoid it, please.
The surveys were submitted with the permit applications. The survey has also been in the existing conditions memo that's been posted on the public engagement website since March of 2024.
But it is not in the record. Yes
I
or
did
no?
not submit the exhibits for this hearing.
Did you review the exhibits for this hearing?
I did, as did you.
Yes. And I'm asking you questions now about what you reviewed. Is there a survey in the submittals?
The
Yes or
survey
no?
was in the submittals, yes. The survey was in 3 of the submittals. So if you look at
So
if you
there
look
were
at
things that
page-
were in the submittals that
let her
are not in.
Mr. Haneker, let her finish her answer, please.
I
So
will.
if
I'm
you
sorry.
go to PDF page 52 in the biological evaluation, exhibit 12, you will see another exhibit called tree protection plan, which does show the existing conditions also with the proposed, but it doesn't have the complicated hatches that you're saying interfere with your ability to understand the information. This one may be clearer for you. So this is another example of where the existing conditions are conveyed in the exhibit documentation for the purpose of explaining what is happening in this project.
Give me just a second here to bring that up.
Exhibit
said page-
12, PDF,
page
page 52.
52,
Oh.
thank you.
Okay. Biological evaluation, page 52.
So you can see the existing conditions related to trees, and for the sake of illustrating where trees and why trees would be removed, this is also presenting some of the proposed conditions. If you then skip forward to page 55, there is yet another exhibit that is showing the existing conditions for the site of illustrating the site demolition. And then if you skip forward again in that same document, page 57, you will see impact analysis that also provides the existing conditions. There we go. So that's another one. You're passing it too fast. Go
So
back.
that's 56. I was going.
I
57.
said page 52, page 55, and then page 57. So start with page 52. Let's look at that one. So you can see here clearly where the existing trees are located, where the existing surfaces are located, where the proposed improvements are located. So for example, you can see all of the structures on the site on the first top two properties. And you can see most of these are either gone, so the ones on the top, those will all be removed. The lower ones, the lower row where you can see the big house, the restroom, and the annex, you can see those 3. The difference between the restroom structure, that line that goes in between, that describes the structure footprint reduction. So this shows both existing and where the trees are with the proposed for the purpose of conveying tree removal. It's necessary to have both pieces of information, otherwise you don't understand why the trees are coming out. So now if you go forward to page 55, you'll see again a presentation, page 55, You'll see again a presentation of the existing conditions. And then the hatching shows what is the proposed change to those existing conditions. So in this document also, if you go forward to page 57, you'll see the impact assessment that we talked about before, which does show both existing and proposed for the sake of illustrating what changes will occur on the site. So as I stated at the very beginning of this hearing, when you asked me about where the existing conditions are conveyed, and I said that they were conveyed in numerous sheets and presented in a way that was relevant for the information that was being covered for specific aspects of this project. So it is difficult to answer the question of where do the existing conditions occur, because they are presented and represented numerous times in these exhibits relative to the topic being covered in the sheet.
But why not just have one sheet that is existing conditions?
Well, we included the survey with multiple permit applications.
Okay. And
we did not then submit the exhibit list, and it appears that that was just left out of the exhibit list, but has since been provided last night in the documentation
if
we received.
A document was submitted to the code administrator, but not transmitted to the hearing examiner, is that a mistake?
I can't speak to that.
Does that sound normal to you?
I can't speak to that.
Have you ever participated in a permit
I'm going to
process before?
object, Your Honor. He's trying to get an answer. She has explained she doesn't know. She can't speak to this.
It is important to show the limits of the witness's knowledge as well as what the witness knows for
The
permit.
witness explained she did not submit the exhibits. She explained where the existing conditions are shown in the exhibits, and you are now questioning her about an exhibit you wanted but didn't get in the initial submittal of exhibits, which you now have.
I'm questioning her about her knowledge of the permit system.
No,
which
you
is the
weren't.
Permit process.
Well, whether you were or not, I don't believe that, notwithstanding that she's described herself as the project manager, I'm not sure that it's worth our time inquiring into her knowledge of Lake Forest Park Community Development Department's permit processing system. So I'm going to ask you to move along.
Will any of the decking on the pier not be grading?
No.
It will all be grading.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you.
I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McClusick. Are there any members of well, let's first, I don't see any in the council chambers, which seems to be where the in-person session is occurring today. Mr. McLean, can you confirm that there's nobody sitting back there that I'm just not seeing on the screen?
There is nobody else in the council chambers.
Thank you, sir. Now, my machine tells me that there are 20 participants in or attendees in our proceedings this morning. I'm looking down them. I think I should recognize Ryan Kalo's name. Is he a member of the general public?
No.
No? Okay, I'll skip over him. I thought I remembered that he was not. And I know that Mr. Bagby is not a member of the general public. He's city staff. It would appear to my looking at the list of names I can see, let's see, oh, wait a minute. I've got 9. Okay, here we go. I was looking at the wrong list. We do have 9 members of the public. I note that one of them is Ms. Fudge. I will not be giving her a chance to speak today because she can be called by her counsel as an appellant, but I think that's the only, there's a city employee that's a couple of city people that are listed in the list. I will skip them as well. There is a B. Williams. Does B. Williams wish to testify today? If so, Mr. McLean, what's the best way for B. Williams to indicate that to us?
The best way is if they use the raise hand function, and then I
Okay.
can allow them to talk.
Okay, thank you. Let's do it. Let's do this then. All of you who are attendees, which looks to me like it would be B. Williams, Chris Clason or Klassen, E. Kip Kane, Scott Donaldson. Those are there any of you folks whose names I just read that want to testify now? If you do the little raise hand thing on your bottom of your screen and I'll call on you. We'll get you promoted to be a panelist. You'll show up here on the screen, give your testimony, and then we will put you back into the attendees list. Any of you want to testify today? I'm scrolling down the list and not seeing any hands. Mr. McLean, are you seeing the same thing I am, that there are no hands raised?
There is no hands raised.
Okay, then we will proceed on with our witnesses. There will be the regular opportunity for public testimony when we get to that point in the hearing. But we are moving on. Does the city have another witness that it wants to call today?
Kenny Booth is going to continue talking about the applications.
Okay. Mr. Booth, you'd raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name and how to spell it for the record?
Yeah, my name is Kenny Booth, Kenny Booth.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Your witness.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Galt. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenny Booth. I'm a planner and principal at Facet, working with the project team on regulatory aspects of the project. So following up on Amber's great synopsis of the project itself, I'd like to go into a little bit more detail on the regulatory side of things. Of course, we're here for a variety of permits, and so I'll go through each of those in a bit of detail. So I will try to start sharing my screen here. And hopefully everyone can see things.
Okay. Is this a PowerPoint presentation that you've put together just for the hearing?
It is correct. Yes. So
I think we should enter it as an exhibit. Any objection to that?
No, that is fine. We can get that to everyone.
We will enter Mr. Booth's hearing presentation PowerPoint as Exhibit 46.
Mr. Examiner, that would be after yesterday's editions. Exhibit 47 is what I have.
Well, I've only got to 40. We better go back and make sure. I've got 41 is the witness list. 42 is Ms. Miklazak's presentation.
Yes.
43 is what I wrote down as virtual tour screenshots.
Yes.
44, seawall photographs.
Yes.
45, trying to read my own writing.
Chart.
Yes, chart, explanations, number explanations, and I don't have a 46.
That's the augmented Exhibit 1, the SEPA plan set with the pages you asked for.
Oh. Okay. Unless there be any question, I herewith enter into the record augmented Exhibit 1. as Exhibit 46. So then Mr. Booth's presentation will be 47. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sound right? Okay. Thank you for being patient, Mr. Booth. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. So as Amber kind of nicely laid out yesterday, the city of Lake Forest Park currently lacks shoreline accessible areas throughout the city. And so seeking to use these properties to fulfill this much needed public resource. And in fulfilling this project purpose, the city really sought out a design that was consistent with both the local residential area, but also that needed to be in alignment with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations. And now many of these applicable regulations are in play here because of the presence of critical areas on or adjacent to these parcels. And so I'm going to go into a bit of detail and background on those. So on the slide, you'll see here each of these critical areas. I'll start first with Lake Washington itself. Of course, these parcels border the lake. Lake Washington is considered a shoreline of the state and is subject to the city's shoreline master program. All areas within 200 feet of the lake's ordinary high water mark or associated critical areas fall into the shoreline jurisdiction. Pursuant to the city's SMP, the existing preserve parcel is currently designated Urban Conservancy, that is the shoreline environment. The two Turner parcels are designated Shoreline Residential. Throughout all three of these parcels, the city's SMP requires a structure setback of 50 feet from the ordinary high water mark. We also have Lyon Creek, of course, in the project area, flowing through the preserve parcel, eventually discharging into Lake Washington. Lyon Creek requires a standard buffer width of 115 feet. Of note, with regard to Lyon Creek, a substantial delta has formed at the mouth of the creek, as we probably all saw yesterday while out there. This results from sediment flows within the stream. And of course, when the stream reaches the lake, those sediment flows are discharged, forming this delta. As we saw, this has caused significantly shallower water depths in the immediate vicinity of the mouth of the creek compared to other areas of the Lake Washington shoreline. So kind of a unique delta situation here in the area. Okay, we also have 3 wetlands on the project site, beginning kind of on the eastern, right on the eastern boundary. We have wetland A. Wetland A is considered a lake fringe wetland, located right along the edge. It actually extends off onto the adjacent residential parcel. This wetland includes a standard 75-foot buffer. So that buffer encumbers part of the project area, also extending well onto the adjacent residential parcel. Our second wetland, our second wetland is wetland B, kind of straddling right at the shoreline. It kind of stretches from the seawall on the east side of the project across the shoreline frontage. Wetland B is also considered a lake fringe wetland. It also includes a 75-foot buffer. And then finally, wetland C is kind of straddles Lyon Creek. Wetland C is considered a riverine and a lake fringe wetland. This includes a standard 125-foot buffer. I will go through to my next slide, which will also show these areas. This exhibit here that we're looking at shows the standard buffers for each of these wetlands. So beginning with wetland A on the east end, which is up on the screen here, you can see its buffer extending, as a radius out throughout much of the property. Wetland B at the shoreline's edge, its buffer extending through a large chunk of the shoreline area. Wetland C, you can see its green hatching down here along Lyon Creek, and its buffer extends well eastward into a majority of the project site. So looking at this exhibit, if you train your eyes to what would be the sort of northeast corner of the project area, this would be the area of the project site unencumbered by any of these critical area buffers. Um, and I'll also note, because each of these three wetlands do fall within shoreline jurisdiction, this black line on the plan here is a measurement showing 200 feet from the from Lake Washington. So wetland A, B, and majority of C fall within shoreline jurisdiction and thus are regulated under the city's SMP. Okay, so while we're not specifically here today to talk about federal and state permits, I do want to give a quick rundown on other agencies that will have a say in this project, and I can update everyone on the status of those reviews. The Army Corps of Engineers has jurisdiction over Lake Washington, as well as Lyon Creek or any jurisdictional wetlands. This project, of course, proposes removal of 2 docks and construction of 1 new dock. This will require authorization from the Corps, subject to Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act. As part of the Corps of Engineers review, they will ensure that the project complies with both the Endangered Species Act and Section 106 of the Cultural Resources Act. The Corps also consults with local tribes on the project and solicits their input. This federal review is currently ongoing. The permit applications were submitted to the Corps in 2025, and that review is ongoing, currently being reviewed by the National Marine Fisheries Service, covering their portions of the Endangered Species Act review. State of Washington will have a say in this project as well. A couple different agencies involved. First, the Department of Ecology. Similar to the Corps, Ecology has jurisdiction over Lake Washington, or work within wetlands or Lyon Creek. The Department of Ecology will issue Section 401 water quality certification and a coastal zone management consistency determination. This review runs generally concurrent with the Corps of Engineers review, and thus that review is also currently ongoing. Separately, but still within the Department of Ecology, Ecology will have final say on several of the permits being heard in this hearing today, specifically the shoreline permits, shoreline conditional use permit, shoreline variance, and SSDP. We have met as a project team with the Department of Ecology regarding these specific permits. The Department of Ecology will not take action on these permits until after a hearing examiner recommendation, but Ecology is aware of this project, has already done some initial review, but as I said, awaiting conclusion of this hearing and the hearing examiner's recommendation. Separately at the state level, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife also has jurisdiction over Lake Washington. We have concluded our coordination with WDFW on this project. They reviewed the proposed dock removals and the new dock, and earlier this year issued a hydraulic project approval. That is one of the exhibits. I don't recall exactly which number, but that's available for review. And as part of WDFW's review on the project, they're charged with essentially, ensuring protection of fish life within the lake and looking after habitat. And they concluded that the removal of the 2 degraded docks, the construction of a new dock pursuant to current best management practices, along with other mitigation measures, was adequate for them to issue their hydraulic project approval. Okay, so now we get to the City Lake Forest Park. Of course, here to discuss the permits from the city. The first permit I'll discuss is a shoreline substantial development permit. As mentioned, these parcels fall both within the Urban Conservancy and Shoreline Residential environment designations, and therefore this project will require a shoreline substantial development permit. As part of this request for an SSDP, the applicant has shown compliance with applicable portions of the city's SMP, including the no net loss standards through implementation of a mitigation plan. And as can be seen in various exhibits. This includes extensive native vegetation, invasive removal, bulkhead removal, removal of the 2 degraded docks, and construction of a new dock, both with graded decking and modern steel piles. The next permit we'll talk about is our shoreline conditional use permit. So the existing preserve parcel, as mentioned, is designated Urban Conservancy shoreline environment. The city's SMP requires a shoreline conditional use permit for any clearing and grading within the Urban Conservancy environment. And so as part of this project on the preserve parcel, we are making modifications to the existing trail network, as Amber described in detail yesterday. This includes removal of some of the trails, restoration, abandonment and restoration, and modification of other connecting trails. So this will constitute some of the clearing and grading on that parcel, therefore requiring this shoreline conditional use permit. In addition, the proposed pier and float also require a shoreline conditional use permit. And so part of this request, the applicant has shown in its documentation that the proposed uses and activities will be consistent with the RCW and the city's SMP. We've shown that the project will not interfere with the normal use of the shoreline, that the project is compatible with other uses in the area, that the project will not cause significant adverse effects to the shoreline environment, and we have shown that the project will not be substantially detrimental to the public, thereby showing compliance with the city's shoreline conditional use permit criteria. Next permit we'll talk about is a shoreline variance, and specifically 2 aspects of the project will not fully comply with the strict dimensional standards of the city's SMP. First one of these is the proposed pier, which will deviate from several dimensional standards. And I'll mention that the city's SMP dimensional standards for piers are generally written, it appears, to accommodate residential piers on the lake. And I think this goes to the fact that, as mentioned, there are currently no active shoreline publicly accessible recreational sites on the lake. And so the dimensional standards for piers, like I said, are quite small or standard for a residential environment, and thus were not applicable when trying to construct a publicly accessible dock. And so I'll go through each of those in detail, but it's part of the origin for the variance for the dock. The city's code allows for a maximum pier length of 120 feet. The applicant is proposing a pier 200 feet in length. And this is both to allow for public access, but primarily due to inadequate water depth within the project area. As mentioned, we're right close to the Lyon Creek Delta, and in order to reach any kind of adequate depth, both for swimming or non-motorized recreational watercraft, that we need to get out to a length of 200 feet. So that does exceed the standard dimensions of the city's SMP. The SMP allows for a maximum walkway width of 4 feet. The applicant is proposing up to a 10-foot width on some of the walkways. This is necessary to provide adequate space and safety for the proposed publicly accessible facility. Overall size, the city's SMP allows for a maximum overall size of 480 square feet. The project proposes a little over 3,700 square feet. And this primarily results from the aforementioned length and width requirements, thus exceeding the allowed 480 square feet. The city's SMP also has a provision for a maximum L size of 26 feet by 2 feet, whereas our proposed project proposes multiple Ls of various dimensions that will exceed these standard dimensions. Again, in my belief, are intended more for a residential use. Finally, the code has a provision for a maximum float size of 100 square feet, and it must be located within a minimum 10-foot water depth. We proposed project is deviating from this standard by offering a float size of approximately 230 square feet and that float will be in approximately 4 feet of water depth. That water depth deviation is again due to the presence of shallow water from the Lyon Creek Delta. So that concludes the requested deviations. I will mention the pile spacing associated with the proposed dock. The average pile spacing on the dock is approximately 16 feet 8 inches between piles, and there will be 2 piles placed in the near shore as well. The soil conditions in the project area are such that an 18-foot spacing cannot be provided. The soils in the area result from a very high risk of liquefaction and therefore require extra engineering. But the city's code does allow for this site-specific engineering consideration. And so the proposed spacing, we believe, is consistent with the city's SMP and the flexibility that it offers. Okay, the separate piece of our shoreline variance request relates to stream buffer encroachments. I previously shared an exhibit that showed kind of the extent of the standard stream buffer. We are proposing encroachments within the stream buffer, and this primarily relates to connecting trails and other accessible features. So this is part of our shoreline variance request, is the site plan as proposed, portions of which will occur within the stream buffer. So as part of this overall shoreline variance request, we believe the applicant has shown compliance. This includes showing that the strict adherence to the dimensional standards of the SMP interferes with reasonable use of the property, that this hardship is specifically related to these subject parcels, that the project is compatible with other uses in the area, that approval of the variance will not grant a special privilege, that the requested deviations are the minimum necessary to achieve the project purpose, that the public will suffer no substantial detriment, navigation will not be adversely affected, and that cumulative impacts associated with the variance will not cause substantial adverse impacts. Okay, our next permit we're going to talk about is a zoning conditional use permit. So the proposed project includes, as we know, a new public recreational facility, and it will occur on parcels that are currently zoned residential. This applies to the 2 Turner parcels. This requires a conditional use permit pursuant to the Lake Forest Park Municipal Code. Additionally, because we are making modifications to the preserve parcel, the preserve parcel was previously authorized through a conditional use permit, and therefore, according to the municipal code, these alterations will also necessitate CUP approval for the portions of the project on the preserve parcel. And as part of this overall conditional use permit request across all 3 parcels, we believe the applicant has shown compliance with municipal code criteria. And this includes a showing that the project is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. The project will not be detrimental to other properties in the neighborhood. The project will supply services that will satisfy a much needed community need. The project will be compatible with the character and appearance of development in the vicinity. It will be designed in a manner that is compatible with the subject parcels. The project will not be in conflict with the health and safety of the community. We've shown that vehicular and pedestrian traffic will not conflict with traffic in the neighborhood. The project will be supported by adequate public facilities and has been designed such that no building will be within 25 feet of abutting properties. And then finally, I'll mention, while not a specific permit per se, the city has issued a SEPA determination of non-significance for the project. The MD&S does include conditions on the project. And these include things such as cultural resource protection, critical areas protection, mitigation implementation, tree code compliance, SMP compliance, clearing and grading standards, noise attenuation, lighting standards, dust emissions, and geotechnical provisions. So with that, I will turn it back over. That concludes a regulatory summary of the proposed project. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pratt, do you have any questions for your witness?
I just want to clarify a couple things. Mr. Booth, you showed us in your presentation an aerial photo that showed the 3 wetlands and the stream. Can you pull that up again?
Yes.
With one of the first few.
Oh, oops. You want that one or that one? Oh,
You're not sharing yet.
you're not seeing it yet. Sorry, I got to push share.
This
Okay,
one.
this
Yes,
one. There we go.
this one. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna now share my screen and show you a page of exhibit 46, or I'm sorry, exhibit 11. Just want to make sure it's the same. So this is from exhibit 11, Bait stamp 0190. Is that where you got the slide for your presentation?
That is correct. Yeah, and I will note that yeah, so that is an approximation of those features done as part of the delineation. So that is not as accurate as the separate surveyed exhibit that was shown, but it illustrates the general location of those features.
Okay. And can you go to, I think, what you just referred to as the separate survey of each of those features, where you showed the highlighted buffers on each of the.
Mhm.
Okay. Great. That was in your presentation. Okay, I'm going to show what's in exhibit 46 now. Just to make sure it's showing the same thing. All right, this is exhibit 46, bait stamp page 1101. It's G005 of the plan set. Does that show those same wetland buffers of A, B, and C?
Correct. It does.
Great. That's all the questions I have right now.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Aneker, do you wish to cross-examine?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Booth. To just jump right into it, what is your role with Facet again?
I'm a certified planner and principal.
Okay. And you were involved in review or in drafting all of the permit narrative that we have in our record, correct? I can show them to you if you like, but if you just know.
I'm aware of them and had roles in the development of them, yes.
Okay. And you are familiar with the Lake Forest Municipal Code?
I am familiar with it in a sense, yes.
And are you familiar with the Lake Forest Park's Shoreline Master Program?
I am.
So, first of all, is there a application shoreline variance application form for Lake Forest Park?
I can't answer that. We worked with the city to apply for these various permits at this point over a year ago, and I can't say specifics as to what forms were available or filled out at the time.
You don't recall preparing one?
No.
The city just handled that, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's several members of the team were involved in the permitting in coordination with the city.
Okay. No concerns were raised, though.
Concerns about what?
Any lack of a formal permit.
We've received, I believe, completeness of application submittals at some point. So
sounds good. And one of the permits is a shoreline variance. Can you identify which shoreline municipal or master program, which we'll probably just call the SMP? You know what that is if I use that term, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Could you identify which SMP provisions this seeks a variance from?
Not off memory. I'd have to refer back to our variance criteria document or review the code again.
Is that documented anywhere in the application?
I don't know. I'd have to look back.
Would it help to review the shoreline variance narrative?
Would it help who?
You, to recall whether or not the provisions which you're seeking a variance from are enumerated there.
I mean, I'm happy to look at anything you'd like.
Okay.
If I could just note, before we get too far here, Exhibit 3 is listed as shoreline variance application. However, Exhibit 29 is listed as revised shoreline variance narrative. The terms are different, but the first one was also, the title of the actual document says narrative in it. So I would suggest it's most beneficial to us if we look at 29, which is the newer version.
Okay. Well, that works for me because that's the one that I have ready to go here. So, and you recognize this document?
Yep.
Okay. And did you review this or did you draft this?
I definitely reviewed it.
Okay. So going through this, and this is intended as the application for a shoreline variance, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Is there a document that asks the city to grant itself variance from its shoreline master program?
I don't know. Like I said, the applications were applied for at this point 13, 14 months ago. There was various people involved in that working with the city to ensure complete applications were made. I can't speak to the specifics of forms that were provided.
Did you review the documents before this hearing?
Which documents?
Any of the documents in the record?
I'm aware of all the exhibits that are in the record.
Did you review any of them?
I have reviewed several of them.
Which ones?
Why is which one are you interested in?
I'm really interested in the revised shoreline variance narrative. Did you review that one?
Okay, yeah, you already asked me that. That's the one we're looking at, right?
Yes. And had you reviewed it before this hearing?
Yes, I answered that.
Okay. And is there anywhere in here that it explains which provisions it's seeking variance from?
I believe if you scroll down to a code compliance section, it mentions the dimensional deviations being proposed.
Okay. Okay.
Right there.
This is where we would find what it's asking for?
Correct.
Okay. Sounds good. What I was after.
Okay.
And just to kind of review here, the shoreline or the SMP limits walkways for new piers to a width of 4 feet, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the proposed pier is for 10 feet. Correct?
Correct.
And the length limitation is 120 feet, correct?
Correct.
And the proposed pier is 200 feet.
Correct.
And the overall coverage of the pier is, I have 3,675 feet. Is that correct to your understanding?
So this document states, as you can see, there 3735.
Okay, my math may be off, but it's a little over 37 then.
Yes.
Okay. So, and just to be clear, without a variance, this pier would not be approved.
Without a variance, the currently designed pier could not be approved.
And does the SMP have separate dimensional standards for public docks versus privately owned docks?
From my recollection, it does not.
Do you know if other jurisdictions do differentiate among dock types?
Many jurisdictions do.
So the city is essentially asking for a variance because the code does not provide for a public dock.
I believe that's a major reason behind the need for a variance here.
Okay.
Can't
So
say
no,
for sure.
no variance would be necessary if Lake Forest Park had changed its SMP to allow different standards for the city.
I can't say that without knowing what those standards would be, but
So for the recreational float, the minimum water depth required is 10 feet, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the narrative says that it would be in 4.2 feet of water.
Approximately 4.
Or
Yeah, yep, and it looks like, yeah, it says 4.25 approximately right there in the middle of that paragraph.
do you know how tall the average Washingtonian is?
I do not. Do you?
So I'll represent to you that the average man is
Objection, I'm gonna object to questions about average height of people. And Mr. Aniker's knowledge of same.
I can rephrase. How tall are you, Mr. Booth?
I'm 5'11".
What would happen if you dove off a float in 4-foot water?
I would get wet.
Okay. Is there any chance that you might hit your head on the bottom?
Objection.
I don't know.
As a code planner, do you have any idea why the standard is for 10 feet?
I don't know if I've ever seen a float water depth requirement in a code before. I could only speculate as to the rationale for that.
And the 150-foot waterward limit would still apply to this float, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of that part of the code section.
Okay. But the city chose not to design a smaller float that complied with the 150-foot limit then.
Are you implying square footage? Is that what when you say 150?
150-foot waterward.
Waterward. But you just said smaller. So I'm not following your current question.
I will retract that question. Is there any use that the city could put the land to if these permits were denied?
I don't think I can answer that. I don't know what the city would.
Is anything possible on that land other than the plan that you have proposed?
I'm gonna object that Mr. Booth has answered. He doesn't know the answer to what the city would do.
I think he's asked a slightly different question. I'll let this one be asked, but I don't want to just keep going back over the same thing if you don't like the answer he gives.
Understood.
You want to restate your question so he can have a chance to answer?
Could the city make any use of this land except for as these permits are, as except for the project that the permits request?
Any other use proposed by the city would need to comply with all zoning, critical area, and SMP requirements. If it happened to be a different use, it would need to fit into all of those regulatory provisions and or request variances for certain features.
Okay. But the city, as applicant here, asserts that strict application would preclude any reasonable use. Correct?
Strict application would of these code sections would preclude any reasonable use, correct?
Okay. So the property, half the property is currently used as a shoreline park, correct?
The existing preserve parcel is currently used as a passive open space. Yes.
Would that be an unreasonable use if it were to extend to the rest of the park or the property?
I don't know what you mean by unreasonable.
Would it be a reasonable use as you have defined in the permits?
Well, it's hard to think. I mean, you're talking of a hypothetical of expanding the preserve onto. I mean, I don't know what features that would involve, or you're sort of going down a hypothetical that is hard to follow.
I'll ask it another way. Do you think that Lions Park is currently a reasonable use of land?
Is the waterfront preserve a reasonable use of that parcel?
Yes.
Again, what do you mean by, I mean, reasonable is somewhat subjective. I mean, it was approved through a shoreline conditional use permit at the time. And it is, and under the SMP, it is designated Urban Conservancy. The Turner properties are designated Shoreline Residential and have been used for residential purposes in the past. So they have functioned differently over the last 20-ish years.
I'll move on. So without a pier at this location, could the upland portion of the property still function as a park?
The Turner properties have had a pier, we believe, for many decades. You're asking if a park could be developed without a pier. My understanding is that much of the funding for the project is dependent upon water access. And so no, not necessarily, I think is the answer to your question.
Okay. Taking the funding out of it, would a park existing on that property function as a park?
I don't know how you can take funding out of the equation. These.
So I'll ask it another way. The upland area could still have open lawns.
Sorry, finish the question. It could still have open lawns
Without a pier. Is a lawn possible on the property if there is no pier?
I don't know if I can answer that partially hypothetical. Just a proposal for a lawn.
Are there parks that exist that are lawns?
I've been to parks that have lawns.
Do all of those parks have piers?
I've been to many parks. Some have piers, some don't.
Reasonable use doesn't mean the most desirable use, correct?
Reasonable use is a somewhat subjective term. Can often have to do with the allowed zoning on a property and what the underlying zoning allows. I'm not sure how to answer that other than that.
What was the property being used as before the city bought it?
Well, my understanding is that the Turner parcels had residential and cabin structures on them, and that had been in similar use for many decades.
And the delta conditions at Lyons Creek are a natural feature, correct?
The delta conditions at Lyon Creek result from sediment input from Lyon Creek, correct?
Okay. As are the wetlands on the project.
You're asking if the wetlands are natural features?
Yes.
The 3 areas of wetland met wetland criteria to be designated as such.
And did the city know about these natural features on the site when it bought it?
The wetlands specifically?
We can start with the wetlands, yes.
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you know if the city knew about the delta conditions at Lyons Creek when it bought the Turner properties?
The Lyon Creek delta has been there for quite some time. I would assume that the city was aware of the presence of the delta.
Okay. And the applicant city is claiming hardship due to that shallow water, correct?
The applicant is requesting a deviation to the dock dimensional standards due to the presence of the delta.
But the city knew about that when it bought the property.
I am speculating and saying that the city likely knew about the delta. The delta extends west to the Civic Club. The Civic Club has a pier, I want to say, is approximately 280 feet in length. The delta extends to the east. I believe the Fudges have a pier that is 280 feet in length. That pier was built, I believe, after they bought the property, 2017 or so.
And the site is adjacent, the Lakefront Park improvement site is adjacent to single-family residences, correct?
There are single family residences to the east of the project site, yes.
And there was no impact analysis for visual impacts from the adjacent properties, is there?
I would have to let others involved with the designs speak to view considerations. I can tell you that the SMP in general does not require, view analysis or preservation typically along the shoreline. but I can't speak to the specifics of how it was handled on this project.
Okay. So a little earlier, you testified about exactly which provisions the variance was seeking deviation from, correct?
Correct.
And I actually, looks like I'm still sharing my screen up on Exhibit 029. And it's in this code compliance section.
Is that a question?
It is, I think he's taking time to read it.
I didn't hear a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can find where the deviations that are requested within this code compliance section in Exhibit 029, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think in your presentation, you mentioned that there was also the stream setbacks that you were seeking variance from.
Correct.
Is that, I don't see that in this paragraph. Is it discussed in that paragraph?
It is not.
Okay. Is it discussed elsewhere in this document?
No.
Okay. Are there?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. And the site contains wetland and stream buffers associated with Lyon Creek and the wetlands, correct?
Correct.
And did you document in the shoreline variance that you were seeking variance from those sensitive area provisions?
So a separate exhibit, I don't know what number, the critical areas study talked about compliance with stream buffer and wetland buffer features. And the city's staff report concluded that shoreline variance deviation for stream buffer encroachments was necessary.
And is that discussed in the shoreline variance anywhere?
Be more specific on the document, please. Shoreline variance what?
The narrative, the revised narrative, is that documented anywhere?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is there any documented analysis of whether or not a variance from those critical areas meets the requirements of the granting of a shoreline variance?
The staff report does that.
Staff report does. It addresses the criteria from the relevant chapters, including 3.8.A2 for the variation from that.
I know it speaks to it. I don't want to cite chapter and verse, but I know the staff report speaks to that.
Did you review the staff report prior to this?
I reviewed the staff report prior to the hearing, yes.
And all the wetlands and streams are within the shoreline jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have a fair bit left. This might be a decent stopping point for a break if you would like, or I can keep going.
Well, I don't want to get as far behind the 8 ball as we did the other day with our morning break, which didn't happen till 11 something. Yeah, we're within a few minutes of when I would normally call for one. This would be a good time then. My computer says that it's 10:21. Let's take a 9-minute break and reconvene at 10:30. We're at recess until 10:30. Thank you. This is the second half of the morning session of February 26, 2026. Mr. Aneker, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I am going to once again share my screen. Sure, I'm actually sharing this time. Okay, Mr. Booth, this is the staff report. Did you participate in drafting this?
I did not.
Okay. Have you reviewed it?
I reviewed it after it was established as an exhibit. Yes.
Okay. Looks like the date on that is February 17th. Does that sound like when you reviewed it?
I'm not sure which day I reviewed it.
Okay. So I am going to, this is PDF page 22, Bates number 0980. Going to direct your attention to the bottom half of the page here where it says SMP section 3.8.A variances. And it looks like there's a finding section there. Could you please read that? Well, let's do it this way. If you could just quickly review that, let me know when you're done. The 2 bullet points there.
Okay.
Okay. So, could you summarize that first bullet point for me really quick?
We're requesting a shoreline variance for multiple dimensional standards of the SMP for the proposed pier.
Okay. And the second bullet point, please.
The variance includes encroachments beyond the minimum allowed stream buffer.
Okay. So it's specifically the stream buffer, correct?
The second bullet point, yes.
Yes. Is there any reference to a wetland?
Not in that bullet point.
Okay. There is a stream on the site, correct?
Lyon Creek flows through the preserve parcel.
Are there wetlands separate from that stream on the project?
My presentation showed where wetlands A and B were, which are not directly associated with Lyon Creek.
Based on this, do you believe that the shoreline variance requested a variance from the buffer requirements related to those 2 wetlands?
No, it did not.
Okay. You know, you testified you're familiar with the SMP, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know under the SMP how adjustments in buffer areas are processed under the SMP?
What do you mean by processed?
What are the requirements and what are the here, I'll actually retract that question and bring up another exhibit or another image. We can discuss whether or not it is an exhibit. It's not that. Okay. So you recognize this?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, there is not a more recent edition of the Lake Forest Park Shoreline Master Program, is there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And a question and point for the Mr. Hearing Examiner, Ms. Pratt. Do we want to mark this as an exhibit, the Shoreline Master Program?
I don't see why we should.
Okay.
It's referenced Uh, in the Lake Forest Park Municipal Code, there is a link to it there. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same thing as the code, and we don't put codes into the record.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure we were doing it right.
Yeah, if this were an old historical version, I'd say yes, we should put it in if it's relevant. But since it's the current version, I see no need to. Treat it just as if it were part of the code, which in effect it is.
Okay. So I will represent that we are on page 11 of that document, section 1.8. We'll go ahead and zoom in. And could you please read the last two sentences of that first paragraph?
Could you say that again, Mr. Aneker, the last two sentences of?
The first paragraph under 1.8.
It reads instead, deviations from the sensitive areas regulations as set forth in Appendix A are processed as a shoreline variance. See Chapter 3, Administration, for discussion of shoreline permits. If there are conflicts between the regulations contained in the SMP, those that are the most protective of shoreline ecological functions will apply.
So it makes sense that any variations from the requirements related to wetland buffers and setbacks would need to be processed as a shoreline variance then.
I'm going to object. He's asking for a legal conclusion as to that portion of the SMP.
I would say that Mr. Booth has testified that he is familiar with the SMP, is an expert on the code, and he should have some understanding of how it is interpreted and applied.
I will let him answer the question as a non-attorney expert witness on land use matters. So objections overruled.
Yeah, if you could share your screen again to that section.
Sure. And I will even highlight the part that you had read.
Okay, please restate your question.
It follows from that any deviations from wetland buffer and setback requirements would need to be processed the same way as a shoreline variance.
If there were a deviation, correct. I don't believe this project is requesting a deviation from the wetland standards in the SMP.
So there is no work happening in the critical areas?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Section 330A allows for exceptions to the wetland requirements. So thus it's not a deviation.
But just to be clear, no variations to any buffer requirements related to the wetlands were processed through the criteria enumerated for shoreline variances.
The project as proposed, and I believe the staff report as written, do not rely upon a deviation from the wetland standards. Section 330.A of the SMP allows for the shoreline administrator to approve proposals that protect wetland functions. So adherence to that code section, which we're showing, therefore does not result in a deviation. Thus, no shoreline variance needed for wetland encroachments.
And there was no alternative design analyzed for a pier that would comply with the 120-foot limit, was there?
I can't speak to all design iterations or design decisions. I think, like almost any project, you're going to identify regulatory provisions that are applicable and see whether those can be met or not. This project purpose here was not able to be met within the confines of those provisions.
And to your knowledge, were there any designs that were 4 feet wide that were analyzed?
I can't speak to that.
Does the proposed pier width exceed the minimum Americans with Disabilities Act accessibility requirements?
I cannot speak to ADA requirements.
Was there any consideration of piers that had, actually, is there any consideration of a pier that was maybe longer than 120 feet, but shorter than 200 feet?
Again, I was not intimately involved in the design iterations of the pier.
No written documentation of that in any case.
I'm just not aware of all the design iterations.
The criterion, one of the criterion for the variance issuance is no net loss, correct? Or no net loss of habitat, I should say.
I don't know the precise language. Yeah, the shoreline variance is supposed to conclude, something related to, no negative adverse shoreline impacts. I don't believe the no net loss language is used, but something similar.
Okay. Now, I've put up Exhibit 036. If you want, please take a second to review. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the whole thing. Review the substance of that.
Mr. Aneker, this is the Department of Ecology comments.
It is, yes.
Thank you.
I was going to ask the witness that, but yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay. Have you, I realize that this email is not addressed to you, but have you seen it before?
It looks familiar, yes.
Okay. Do you recall any discussion of the comments in here?
I met on site with Mr. Avinger, I believe.
Okay.
I may be pronouncing that incorrectly. As I mentioned in my presentation, we had early consultation with the Department of Ecology as the ultimate approval body for the shoreline permits. Matthew was the one that would be assigned to this, so we met on site with him. He had a number of questions. We provided follow-up documentation to Matthew. So I can't speak to the date of this email as it related to all of that correspondence.
So it looks like the date is June 20th. Does that fit with what you're seeing?
That's what I see there. Yeah, I can't recall if that was, after we had already sent him some additional information. Because like I said, we met on site with him. He had some questions. We provided him some additional clarifications and documentation, but I don't know if that was before or after this email.
Okay. When were the permits complete?
Complete as in accepted for completeness by the city?
Correct. That's what I mean.
I don't have that date.
Okay. Do you know if it was before or after this?
I don't know for sure. It was probably before based on the June date, but I can't say conclusively.
Okay. So do you know if there was any changes made to the plans after receiving these comments?
I can't speak to that. What I can say is that this was informal consultation with the Department of Ecology. There was not of course, we haven't got through this hearing yet. There was not a formal permit review in front of them. This was proactive coordination we were doing with the Department of Ecology.
Are you concerned at all for that future hearing that they're raising these concerns here?
Objection to the reference to a hearing that will not occur.
I'm asking for his current state of mind as to it.
Please clarify what future hearing you are referring to.
To the permit approval hearing with ecology.
Does not exist.
They don't have hearings. They do it administratively, to the best of my knowledge. If there were to be a hearing subsequent to my action for the city, it would be the result of an appeal to the hearings board. That's my understanding of the process.
Understood. One thing in here, it looks like third paragraph up from the bottom, it says appears the new trails would be made of concrete. Will the new trails be made of concrete?
I can't speak to a design specific like that.
Okay. Who would be able to speak to that?
Amber could likely comment on material selection.
Okay. So one really quick question. You pointed out wetland B, A, B, and C, correct?
Correct.
If wetland B were to extend further landward than map, would that increase the regulated wetland area?
You're asking a hypothetical about if the wetland were bigger,
Yes.
what that would mean?
Yes.
And what was your question about if it were bigger?
If it were bigger, that would increase the area of the wetland, the area that is considered wetland and sensitive area on the project.
If the wetland got bigger, it would be regulated as a bigger wetland, correct?
And that would increase the buffers and mitigation, correct?
The buffer may or may not change. A larger wetland would push out the same buffer further.
And if one of the wetlands were to change in category, that could change the buffers as well.
It can or it cannot. There's variables to that.
Okay. So the staff report, and I can put it back up again if you'd like, but condition 18 requires split rail fencing along the stream and wetland buffers.
Is that a question?
Yes, correct.
The question is what?
The staff report includes condition 18 requiring split rail fencing along stream and wetland borders, correct?
I'd have to see that exact verbiage.
Bring it up.
On page 49 of the staff report, Bates page 1007.
Correct. We just got there.
So
zoom in on it a
PDF
little
page
bit.
would be 49.
Okay, I see that.
Okay. And that wasn't originally part of the project, was it?
So the project as currently designed includes some fencing to protect restored areas. That I believe can be seen on a number of different exhibits.
Yeah. Do you know if that fencing is continuous around wetland B?
There is no fencing currently proposed around wetland B.
Okay. And per condition 18 there, it looks like fencing may be modified if the director deems that alternative methods are sufficient, correct?
Correct.
So fencing isn't fixed or guaranteed in the final configuration, correct?
Can you please rephrase that?
If the director decides so, strike that. The fencing that is being presented today will not necessarily be the fencing that is on the site, if any fencing is on the site.
There is fencing currently proposed. I cannot predict the future in terms of what the outcomes of this hearing may be, but we do have fencing currently proposed.
But even if condition 18 is placed on these permits as written, it is still possible that in full compliance with provision 18 or condition 18, there could still be no fencing on the project. Final.
I can't speak to the mindset of a future director's decision, but I do not envision the current design of the fencing getting any less protective than it currently is as shown.
Okay. And the fencing is intended to prevent encroachment into the sensitive areas, correct?
In general terms, yes.
So how many parking spots are provided as strike that. How many parking spots are assigned to this project?
I'm going to object. This is outside of Mr. Booth's testimony regarding the permits that are being applied for. I believe this goes to Mr. Aniker's SEPA appeal, and the city will respond to that after we hear what the testimony is for the appeal.
The reason that I'm asking this question is that the conditional use permit the conditional use permit ordinance specifically requires compliance with the parking ordinance, and so it is relevant to the Z Cup permit and therefore related to Mr. Booth's testimony.
Objection overruled.
I don't remember the precise number of parking spaces. I'd have to see an exhibit or refer to others.
So you don't know what standard was used to calculate the parking?
It was not within my area of expertise to calculate required parking.
Okay. So I'm going to put up another exhibit here. Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit at all?
No,
Okay. You've never seen it before?
I don't believe so.
So this is Exhibit 18, the reciprocal parking easement agreement. Is that what it says under the watermark there?
It says reciprocal easement agreement. Yep.
Okay, thank you. But you did. So while you may not have handled the specifics of the parking, you did review the permit as a whole for its compliance with the relevant ordinances.
Which permit?
In this case, I'm talking about the Z Cup.
Okay.
Yes or no?
I believe there was a Z Cup compliance document that was prepared.
Okay. And is that the narrative, the Z Cup narrative?
It likely is, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking my notes to see if I have. Any further questions? Do you know if there was any consideration during the zoning or during the process of putting together the permits regarding spillover parking into the neighborhood?
If there were, I wasn't intimately involved in that.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haniker. Before I ask if Ms. Pratt has any redirect, Mr. Booth, fencing around critical areas, is it under normal circumstances placed around the edge of the critical area per se, or around the outer edge of the buffer for the critical area?
I've seen it to be highly variable, particularly in public settings, and frankly in residential settings too. Often whatever can be most protective based on the function of the proposed use.
Okay,
So sometimes it can be the edge of the critical area. Sometimes it can be the edge of the standard buffer, if that's feasible. Sometimes it can be the edge of the functional or vegetated buffer. And sometimes there's no fencing at all.
okay.
Wetland A, for instance, goes off-site onto the residential parcel, which does not include any fencing.
On the east side,
Correct.
yeah, you do have fencing on the northwest and small south end of that wetland.
Correct. Yes, our project. Yes, I'm sorry. I was implying the off-site section is currently
Yeah, okay,
unfenced. Yeah.
okay, I get it. Does the Lake Forest Park critical areas code as applied within shoreline jurisdiction have any guidelines or rules for reducing buffer widths?
I believe there are some allowances for minimal buffer reductions,
Okay,
along with separate provisions for director flexibility.
it looks to me like I guess I would describe it as the western tip. I'm looking here at Exhibit 1, the site plan, page 7, PDF 7. It's in several different ones. This one happens to be the one I've got up on my other screen. It looks like the western tip of the wetland is very close to the edge of the, if you will, protected area. Probably less than the minimum buffer reduction that would be normally allowed by code. Does it look that way to you?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And that would be similar to some degree to the function on the current preserve parcel, where trails were approved in very close proximity to wetlands.
Okay. Now that pathway that's leading from the parking lot at the northeast corner and meanders down to provide access to the dock.
Mr. Galt, can I share my screen with that page?
Sure.
I believe this is the page you're talking about.
Let's see.
No?
Yes.
Okay.
but I'm going to look at it on on my
No,
other
I
screen.
understand.
But
I just
yeah,
wanted to
that's
make
fine.
sure we're all looking at the same thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my other one because I can make things bigger if I want them bigger and move them
Yes.
around on the page. Um, the symbol for that path, it looks like circles, tightly packed circles. And I'm now going to go to the legend and enlarge it so I can actually see it. The tightly packed circles, and maybe they're actually hexagons, says concrete paving, vehicular graded. Do you agree that that's what it says? And that
That,
I'm
that's what I see in the legend, correct? Yeah, kind of
okay.
the honeycomb shape. Yeah.
So it is showing a concrete path. The other paths, um, now, right underneath that in the legend, there is a different symbol that also says concrete paving, but it doesn't have the vehicular graded after it. I'm guessing that what it means by vehicular graded is that the physical structure of that pavement would be such that a vehicle could safely drive on it.
I believe that is the case. Yeah, I think Amber could speak better, but I believe that emergency vehicle access is
Yeah.
needed to get straight to the dock, and thus
Okay.
the reason for the different material.
Because there was a question earlier about concrete paving, and I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at on the plans. Um, there are parts of the other paths, especially, let's see, between the community building and the little buildings to its north, between the community building and the parking spaces to the north, and the rest of the walkway south of the restroom and the community building, they all look to me like they're showing me that concrete paving symbol. Not the one that's suitable for driving on, but the other one that is shown right underneath the first one. But I can't figure out whether that same symbol has been applied to the path leading in from the northwest corner and into what I'll call the core of the site where the annex and community building are, and the path that goes along the edge of the driveway until it gets to the corner, if you will, where the first ADA parking space is. I don't see the little triangles popping up every so often in there. Am I to take that as an indication that the path from the northwest corner down to, let's say, the restroom building is not concrete? Can you help me there? Or is it just the symbol didn't appear real clearly there? I don't know. Can you help me?
Yeah, good question. I'm going to defer to Amber on whether there's a difference in the concrete in the area you're speaking to.
Okay. And the part that looks like bricks, uh, is labeled not in the legend, but by a tagline, a call out line on the left, or yeah, left margin of the drawing, says permeable pavers typical. So the 4 parking spaces north of the driveway are planned for permeable. Am I reading that right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Um, Gray X's. I wrote a question when you were being asked to look at something. Let me see if I can find it again. Hang on a minute. Um, Pivot 10. Appendix A, Appendix B. That's a gray X. Okay. I'm looking at Exhibit 10. PDF 47, which is Bates 170.
Can I
And
pull that up for the witness, Mr. Gold?
sure, that would be lovely. Thank you. Um, I'm particularly looking at the area in the south end of the two Turner parcels between the wetland buffer area on the east and the pathway to the dock on the west. The symbol I would describe as that's in that odd shaped area, they're little X's, little gray X's. And when I went over to the legend, I couldn't find little gray X's. Can you tell
Sure.
me what's
Yeah, that area
what's
is
going on in there?
that's preservation of the existing lawn. So it's essentially no change from existing
Ah,
condition.
okay. Thank you. Ms. Pratt, any redirect?
Yes. Mr. Booth, I'm going to share with you Exhibit 37, the HPA approval, and you were asked questions about the language from Fish and Wildlife referring to solid portions of the pier. And I am not as familiar with this as you are to say where that language is.
Yeah, I think it's provision 31.
There we go. I will make this bigger.
So as has been mentioned, the proposed dock will include 100% graded decking. So the entire surface area of the dock and the float will be fully graded. I can't speak exactly to the intent of WDFW's provision here. It very well may be boilerplate language or leftover language, but regardless, we interpreted that we would be exceeding the standards of this provision, no matter how it's interpreted, that we will be implementing the plan as proposed that this HPA is based upon, and therefore complying with provision 31.
Okay. And in 31, where are they talking about you can have some solid material?
Well, for instance, number, subsection 1 there speaks to 30, 50% of the deck area. So it's again, it's a little bit of odd language, and that's why, to me, it seems like it was maybe left over from another project that they issued a permit for, because it seems very specific to a pier, which does not describe our situation at all. But like I said, we will exceed that standard.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any recross?
No recross.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pratt, is this the cutoff point that you envision for this part of your client's presentation?
My plan would be to just let Ms. McClusick answer your pathway question that you asked Mr. Booth and that he was not able to answer. And so we would have her testify about that. And then our plan would have Mr. David Greetham from CPD also talk about the permit applications. Our our problem is Mr. Greetham is not available between 11:30 and 3 today. As we are all, I anticipated a first day witness would be done by day 3. So I apologize for that, but he is not available today between 11:30 and 3.
I'm having similar problems, so
Yes.
my complaints are limited.
There we go. So I guess
Well, we could put Mr. Greetham in for 12 minutes.
we could.
I don't know what all you expect to ask him, but we could try.
He's going to testify on his own, so he could probably do a lot.
Giving him free rein.
Yes.
Mr. Greetham, is 12 minutes going to be worth anything to your free rein testimony?
Yes, I think it would. David Greetham here, temporary senior planner with the city. I think it would get me through the brief introductory procedural items I'd want to cover with you, including a modification to a condition and a few exhibits that were submitted by the public as comments.
Let's do it. I don't think you've been sworn in yet. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You gave your name. If you'd spell it for the record, please.
David, D-A-V-I-D, Greetham, Greetham.
Thank you, Mr. Greetham. Go ahead.
All right. I'm a temporary senior planner with the city and part of the review team. So distinct from the applicant side, I'm part of the review team for the city. And so we've heard a very thorough explanation of what the project is proposed to include. I'm not going to go over that right now. What I'll do is very quickly get you into some specific issues that staff focused on and supplement some of the prior discussion. And then I'll introduce a request to modify a condition. And then I'll introduce, as I mentioned, 4 new comments that have come in the last 2 days, as is allowed by the notice of hearing, that we'd like to submit for the record and share with everybody. So, okay, very quickly. Oh, excuse me. Were you going to say something?
No.
Okay.
No.
Very quickly, the beginning of the review process, is this a preferred use of shorelines? Well, I won't belabor that point, but this is a shoreline of the state, Lake Washington is. It's also a shoreline of statewide significance, which is a special subcategory of special areas like large lakes and certain areas of Puget Sound. Both of those under RCW 90.58.020 list shoreline public access and recreational uses as preferred uses. So we're beyond the preferred use question. Then we get down to the site-specific issues, which is really where this discussion has been focused, of course. So what I'd like to do is supplement the discussion of the permit elements from this morning by adding one additional area we're including in the conditional use review that we analyze as staff. I want to answer your questions about the permit application forms, which I'll do right now. That was an oversight on my part. When I pulled those into the exhibits, I failed to confirm that I had included the cover sheets, and we will provide those in each of those application cover sheets, which includes all the 4 Type 1 permits and the SEPA checklist, were date stamped received January 9th of 2025. So I apologize to everybody for that oversight, and we will happily introduce those cover sheets that go with the narratives as exhibits if the examiner so wishes.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Or we could simply add them to the document that they belong with,
Okay.
instead of having them separated by some 40 exhibits physically.
That sounds good.
And since you have limited time before you have to disappear, I would be perfectly happy to have somebody else do that ministerial act of producing those numbers and putting them in.
Okay, great. And my coworker Yancey Bagby is online here too, and we work together on some of these items to make sure they occur. So Yancey, you and I will coordinate on that. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Um, are you ready for the next item or anything else on that?
I am ready.
Okay. The next item is to supplement the discussion of things we staff reviewers determined were also needed to be analyzed with this. We've already talked about the shoreline variance needed to also include discussion and analysis of the stream buffer reduction. And quite the short version of that is in the critical area rules in Appendix A of the SMP. There is the wetland flexibility provided that was testified to by Kenny. There's also some stream flexibility in that section, but the stream flexibility points directly back to a minimum, we'll call it a bookend of 70 feet. And so that's why I asked the applicant to also provide exhibit, it's the stream buffer exhibit. Apologize, I'm not seeing which one it is right now, but we have an exhibit that shows what the 70 reduced and the full 115 stream buffer would look like, just so you get a visual of what those would mean across the project site. We're clearly well within that. So the staff report starts this analysis on Bates page, the critical areas analysis on Bates page. I think it's in the 0966. So that has a pretty concise summary of the stream requirements, the wetlands on site, and why the stream requires a variance. And then we also analyzed that, added that to our analysis in the variance criteria response later in the staff report. It's very clear why it needs a variance, though, because the stream enters that site in the, we'll call it the northwest corner, and quickly veers to the east before it veers back toward the lake. And so either a 70 or 115-foot buffer would significantly cover the project site, as you'll see in that exhibit that I referred to. So I'm going to move on now to the conditional uses for the site. We heard a presentation this morning by Kenny covering that. Staff also determined that one potential additional use should be reviewed for conditional use permit under the shoreline. And that is the non-recreational uses, or excuse me, non-water dependent recreational uses or non-water oriented recreational uses that may occur in the future flexible community building. And this is we rely on the SMP use table, which is 7.1, in addition to the SMP modifications table, which is 8.1. So we've covered 8.1. That's where the clearing and grading in the Urban Conservancy triggers a CUP. That's where the overwater structures that are not residential trigger CUP. But we're going to jump to table 7.1. And Nancy, I don't know if you can share that. We've talked about pulling that up here for a minute. And I want the record to show that staff also analyzed potential future uses of that building as part of the conditional use review. Are you able to share that, Yancy? Okay. And while he's pulling that up, essentially what it says is non-water oriented recreational uses require a CUP in this zone, in the Shoreline Residential zone. So it's very similar to the ZCUP in that you're introducing some other uses into a residential zone. So I want to be clear for the record, that was also analyzed as part of the staff review. And that's table 7.1, Yancy. I think it shows up on page 87 or 89 of the SMP if you enter your page numbers. There we go. So if you scroll down, yeah, see to recreational uses. I know it's hard to see there, but about halfway through that block that Yancey's cursor on, it says non-water oriented recreational facilities. As a primary use, they're prohibited. As an accessory use, a CUP is required. So that's added to our analysis, and we added condition number 24 in our recommended conditions of approval to ensure we're compliant with this section, which is the operational plan for that facility. And you'll see condition number 24 has some bookends for that plan, but it refers back to the SMP to ensure that they are accessory uses indeed and not primary, and that we're compliant with the SMP. So I wanted to just note for the record that this was also part of our conditional use review. And then I know I have just a few minutes left, and I'll be back later, can certainly add more testimony later, but We would like to recommend modification of one condition. That's condition number 22. Thank you for sharing that, Yancey. I don't think we need that anymore. Thanks. Condition number 22, which is in response to the North Shore Emergency Management Team's request that in emergency situations only, that seaplane access could be provided at the proposed pier, not as a general use, but for emergency situations only. And their request was including a minimum year-around water depth of approximately 4 feet, and you'll see that in line 3 of condition 22. Staff recommend we add to that phrase, to the extent feasible, quote unquote. And everything else remains the same. The reason we're adding that language is because we understand from recent discussions with various dock builders on the lake that during drought summers, it is very hard to predict, even though summer is technically the high water level for the lake typically. During extreme drought years, that level can fluctuate quite a bit. And because we're also in this Lyon Creek Delta that's been discussed earlier in the testimony, there's really no guarantee. Nobody can control that it will always be 4 feet, but it's assumed it will be that, but there's no way to control that. So that's why we added the extent feasible. And that I think lines up with the request from the emergency management group, which was approximately or where feasible, I think was their request. So that is our one modification, at least at this point, we're recommending. Is that any questions on that?
No.
Okay. And then my last item before I have to jump for now is we've received, as is allowed by the notice of hearing, we received 3 public comments over the last 3 days. And we'd like to enter those into the record. And we've also received another comment from King County Wastewater Division regarding the sewer line that I think it's called the Kenmore Interceptor that actually goes under the proposed pier. And it's shown on the site plans, and there's a condition referring to it. So I'll mention what the 4 exhibits are and offer to enter them into the record if you so wish.
I would, and if you would give the name of the sender, and I will give you a number for it.
Okay. The first one is Christopher Norman, King County Wastewater Division.
Oh, okay.
Dated 2/6/26. It was actually just prior to the notice of hearing, but he requested some additional input on a condition, which we have reflected.
That's entered as Exhibit 48.
Okay. The second is a comment from a citizen named Ross Bearslog/Benson, BAARSLOG-Benson, dated February 24th.
The Bearslog Benson is entered as 49.
Okay. The third one is a comment submitted February 25th from Sally Yamasaki, Yamasaki.
Spell the last name again, please.
Yamasaki, Yamasaki.
Thank you. Entered as Exhibit 50.
Okay. And the fourth and final comment we've received during the leading up and including the hearing is from Connie and Byron. Hope I have my spelling right. Barnes, Barnes. And that is submitted also February 25th of 2026. And that's Connie and Byron, Byron, Barnes. I'll apologize if it's Baines. I might have misspelled it, but it's Barnes, I believe.
The Barnes comment is entered as Exhibit 51.
Thank you.
And if the city could see that in due course, they get added onto the Dropbox list, whatever we're using, that would be great.
Yeah, and we're using our city webpage to add exhibits as well. So we'll make sure those are there.
Okay. For me, the most important thing is the link that I have to get into exhibits.
Okay.
Yep.
That covers my
Okay.
intro.
Thank you, Mr. Greetham. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you later.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Pratt, did you want to go to another witness? Do you want a real early lunch?
You're
This
oh,
being a breaking point?
We could have Ms. McClusick answer your pathway question that Mr. Booth wasn't able to answer.
Okay, why don't we do that? Ms. McClusick, you've been sworn, so you're still under oath.
I will pull up that sheet. I think I'm sharing the sheet you were asking questions about, Mr. Galt.
Yes. Do I have to try and remember the questions for her to answer them, or can she just
I
answer?
can ask her. Ms. McClusick, Mr. Galt was asking Mr. Booth what materials, I believe it's this pathway, are made out of. Or my cursor's going from the northwest corner of the project.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to path materials. I know a number of different hatches were mentioned. Happy to expand on those as well if you need me to. So the pathway that your cursor is over now is proposed as concrete.
And then in the pathway in between the restroom and the community building.
So that is going to be a concrete path as well. You can see the area that is, there is one tree well in that, the different hatch that's, so yeah, right there, right. So that's an opening in that, but just so you know, so that's an opening in that area. The lines that are running east-west and north-south, or sorry, plan north-south and east-west there, you can see them as dashed lines. That indicates just below the number 6, there's a little, it's like a little dashed line that runs from the door out. And then, so that is a brick inlay in the paving. And that's actually, it's not a requirement of the Americans with Disabilities Act, but it is a recommendation under the Universal Accessibility Code, which is to provide a surface differentiation for anybody using a tactile, like a cane, essentially. So by having something like a brick inlaid in the pavement, then it allows someone with a cane to detect the change in the surfacing of the pavement and find the door, the straight path. But so you can see it connecting the door of the annex, the door of the restroom building, the door of the main house, and then the basically clear width of travel to navigate around that tree well over to where the accessible parking spaces and other areas of the park are. So that is a device that we use in this, and it is a change in the paving.
Okay. Are there any other pathway materials you wanted to comment on, having heard Mr. Galt's questions?
Sure. I wanted to confirm Mr. Galt's mention about the hexagon pattern. So that does imply a difference in just the construction of the paving. So we have a pedestrian rated paving everywhere aside from there. So that path and the width of it allows for basically a thickened edge and a thicker slab, which will be resilient in the event, hopefully that never occurs, but may, is that EMS vehicle could traverse from the parking area to the dock in an emergency if they need to. You'll see that same dashed line located along that path. That also indicates that there is a brick inlay, just a ribbon of brick essentially inlaid even with the pavement, so that again, someone who's navigating with sight detection can find their way out to the dockyard of the park. So the primary recreational and functional amenities at the park have that identifier to allow for a tactile navigation. The area of the brick pattern on the left, sort of parquet pattern. So what we employed here is actually an innovative sustainability strategy. So if you remember when we walked in on the site tour, we walked in on the old driveway. So that's the current driveway. It is between 2 large landmark trees. So those trees currently have a compacted, compromised rooting zone area around them. And we wouldn't want to excavate within the drip line of any of those trees. So On the plan, if you see where you can see retaining seat wall typical, there's a section line. That's roughly where the existing driveway, where that line is, that's roughly where it is. You can see if we zoom, pardon me, my eyes are not super great, but if we zoom in, you'll be able to see the trunks of those trees above and below that line. So you can see the drip line area, and then there's a dot that represents that tree. So essentially there's two large trees. That's where the current compaction is. We would like to, that driveway is going to be restored. And when we put in the new pavement for the drive aisle, typically installing pavement requires excavating into the ground. That's not what we're proposing here. We're essentially proposing to install an extruded curb and then build up the pavement section above the existing soil surface. So we won't be excavating within the drip line of those trees. Where we have this, the parquet pattern to the page south and page north that shows
Can I
these.
just ask, is
Oh.
my cursor on the parquet pattern? That
Yes.
you- Okay, thank you.
So those are angled in parking spaces off of the new drive aisle. You can see that those are also retained by that extruded curb. So these are also constructed above the current soil surface. And what we're going to install in those areas, because even though they represent existing disturbance, they're over roughly, areas of pavement, half of the, foundation of the current structure that's there. This is, it was an area where they had, prior to the city cleaning it out, there was like trash cans and construction debris and a bunch of bricks and things stored in these areas. But anyway, so that extruded curb will be installed to show the outside of the parking spaces. We're then putting in a permeable pavement surface. Now, because of the stormwater, I will talk about that later, but it's not considered part of the stormwater plan. It is considered a device that will allow us to receive water in the rooting area of those trees. So the permeable paving that's proposed on the site is not proposed for a stormwater function. It's proposed for a tree preservation function. So what you see there is those two areas of permeable paving. Now, you'll recognize from this site that when you approach it, you're on the road. And then as you're walking, you're actually descending quite a few feet down to the shoreline edge. So you can basically imagine the ground surface as a prism, as an angle that extends from the highest point, which is the roadway, down to the lowest point, which is the lake. Now, the groundwater underlies that angled section just a few feet below. And water has an adhesive or a cohesive property, basically, where two droplets want to join together. So because of where our groundwater is in this position in the vertical section of this property, any groundwater that we introduce on the top can actually suck the groundwater up and cause a permanent wet spot. So in this property, because this is old lake bed sediment, it wasn't until really the 1910s that the locks were built in this area, came above the lake for the first time in many, many, many years. So we've got sediment that doesn't infiltrate, and we have high groundwater. So that makes permeable paving on the entirety of this site completely infeasible. And sometimes we can use permeable paving, even though we don't expect it to infiltrate well into the ground, by providing basically a reservoir layer. So that's an excavated layer under the ground that may contain a permeable material like rock or something. So water that is introduced over the top of it soaks into that layer and can be stored there. That's not feasible on this site either because of the presence of the groundwater. So there's already water underlying the entirety of this site. So if we put any water on a permeable paving surface, it starts to leach down through that pavement section, it will grab water from underground and basically pull it up to the top. So you will not have dry permeable pavement. It will be permanently wet because it will be wicking groundwater up. This is referred to as a groundwater mounding effect. And it basically means that we're not allowed to do pervious paving in this area. The exception there is this area up at the top of the property, which is located in the highest area. Because we are installing this over the existing pavement section or over the existing ground section, not going into it, it allows us to use this, again, not as a stormwater thing, but only for the preservation and restoration of the rooting zone of these trees.
Thank you.
All right.
Any
Thank you.
other pathway issues? Thank you.
In terms of why concrete is used instead of something like a crushed rock. So crushed rock, compacted crushed rock, is what is out there at the preserve today. That is a pavement according to the code. So it does not allow for water permeability. It is it's a compacted crushed rock. It's a pavement. So currently we've got paved trails out there. The unfortunate thing about a compacted crushed rock trail is that it expands over time. So it does not have a compressive strength to it. Basically, as people are walking on it, trampling on it, it starts to expand in its edges slightly. And that's why when we see what the preserve plans looked like when the city initially developed it way back then, had much narrower trails than appear currently on the site. And so it can be made to be ADA accessible, but it is basically an ADA accessible pavement that also expands. In this case, concrete is also an ADA accessible pavement, but it does not expand. So the best way to control the impact of the trails in the long term is to provide something that does have compressive strength, and that is concrete. So because we would either be in a crushed rock or a concrete option for the trails in this on this project, because we can't go with a permeable material because of the groundwater mounding effect. The one that will allow us to make sure that the impact that is proposed in the plans stays that and doesn't expand over time, it is to go with concrete over crushed rock.
Thank you. No other questions?
I thank you. Mr. Aneker, do you want to ask any cross-examination type questions regarding this testimony from Ms. McCulslack?
Now I'm the one that's muted. I do not have any cross-examination questions yet. I have no cross-examination questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, let's see. It's 11:45. Ms. Pratt, Ms. McCulsack.
There was one other hatch on the plan referring to those overlooks that are connected to the path. And I wanted to just give the opportunity to clarify what that hatch is as well. So those little overlooks that are adjacent to the concrete path, you'll see them extending out and containing like a bench symbol on that.
Just a second. Let me share my
Sure.
screen so we know what you're talking about.
Sure.
Okay.
Same exhibit you're looking at.
Yes, same exhibit. So essentially, if you imagine walking into the park along the preserve path, so we're coming in, you can see the split rail fencing line that is along the right? So that's on your right side along the whole path. When you get to that first little overlook, that is an overlook that's at the same grade that extends out straight, and it's a fully graded material, just like the dock. So
Is
this
my cursor over one of those?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay.
So currently, you'll notice that there are numerous benches in the preserve that intrude much farther into the wetland buffer, and they don't have any delineation around them. We, dogs, people, etc., they can just kind of walk wherever to sit on these benches. So in terms of managing fully intrusion into the buffer, we have that split rail fence that runs alongside the trail. It then meets up and joins with the railing on each one of these little graded overlooks, and then continues with the split rail fencing again. So what we have identified here is a full exclusion of the buffer. There will be no access to it. That railing extends along the bridge that connects to the overlook that's currently over the stream. The overlook is also a graded material.
Is my cursor on the bridge?
Yeah, that's the bridge. That's the relocated pedestrian bridge. So that'll actually replace what's currently the compacted pavement trail that goes through the floodplain. If you noticed when we were out there, that is wet. There's kind of the low spot in that trail that's wet. And that's because those two wetland parts of Wetland C, those are attempting to merge together. That's an active floodplain of Lyon Creek, but the pavement that exists there is preventing them to do it. So we're removing the overwater cover from the stream, and we're putting it there. It'll actually be a 36-foot long above ground. That's where that bridge will be. That'll connect you to the boardwalk. So by removing the paved trail that's there currently, by putting that bridge over it, will actually allow the wetland complex that is Wetland C to flow underneath that bridge and to connect itself, which we're expecting that it's wanting to do. That split rail fencing that runs the path, the concrete path that you saw, that is contiguous with the bridge railing. That'll be contiguous with the overlook railing. The overlook railing will be replaced and made complete, so you would not be able to get off the overlook onto the far side of the creek. Any access to the far side of the creek is eliminated with this proposal. And then the railing actually extends, if we pan over, Kim, to where the dock starts. So along that path, the railing is contiguous. Then the railing actually meets up with the rail that's on that east or the west side of the dock, so the Page South side of the dock. And it runs the entirety of the dock all the way around to the end of the dock. And what this does is it says, you know, the exclusion from the preserve of public access is everything around the creek, everything in the buffer, and the aquatic area, which we know, you know, currently you can just kind of step off of that, the preserve dock and just, you know, walk through into that area, especially because it's pretty inviting. It's recruiting, you know, sediment and things in the delta. So what we have accomplished here is retreating out of the Lyon Creek and wetland sea buffers as much as possible. We are reusing some areas of the Lyon Creek Trail that's currently there, but we're stepping more towards the middle parcel. So you can see when you look at the impact assessment where the old trail that we walked on is currently. And you can imagine where the new trail with the controlled access will be, and it will prohibit access fully outside of the surfaces that we've identified with those hatches. Anything that's planted, anything that's natural, areas of the creek bank, any uncontrolled access is completely eliminated in this proposal to both the water and the land areas. Okay.
And
So if there's any other, oh, sure, go ahead.
The graphic we're looking at now is page 7 in Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any other things to ask, actually, similar to what what we did with the parquet hatch, preserving the rainwater flow into the root zone of those trees, we took a similar approach in the playground area. So currently, the playground area is it's invasive bamboo in kind of large areas, and the intent there is that the bamboo and the lawn will be removed. The curb and path that's installed around it is installed above grade. And then this area is actually covered in a permeable fabric with wood chip. So basically like mulch. So this area, even though it will have the playground, you know, the wood logs and things for play installed in that area, it's completely free draining, which allows for you know, the tree that we're preserving in that area to remain and to still be receiving water around its roots. So I don't think there's any other hatches on here that I have not explained, but that's the one hatch that we haven't touched on. We do mention that as as an impact, but it is free draining. So just a heads up there.
A question: the deck area is shown also with the same hatch that you said was fully graded. Is that also fully graded?
Yeah. So it is a wood slat with an open space between the wood slats, which is not a pavement for the code. Now, currently, the decks that are out there are impervious because they are brick and concrete. And then there's the wood porch that has the brick and concrete or the pavement underneath it. And so we're removing those impervious completely. Even though we could hide them by just replacing the deck, those will come out entirely. And then this area of deck is will be permeable because it's wood slats.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Aneker, any questions on this part of her testimony?
I do, just one really quick one. Is there any permeable pavement on the site as designed?
So as I just explained, we evaluated extensively the feasibility of permeable pavements, and based on the geotechnical report, permeable pavement for the traditional paving use is infeasible in this area. There is the exception of using the permeable pavement above the ground section on the highest area of the property where we have the two trees with the big root zones. Does that make sense?
Where is that?
That's the parquet pattern.
That's the bit
Extent
that
of
is
permeable paving that we've proposed. Now, it's not permeable paving according to the stormwater code, because it does not provide a stormwater function. It is a 50% impervious surface per the code related to paving and lot coverage. And it is only used here as a device for groundwater infiltration basically within the root zone of these trees. Does that make sense?
But cars are going to park on that, correct?
Yes, it's part of the parking area.
Okay. Is there any issue with a permeable surface and pollution intruding from a car? Like an
Not
oil
based
leak?
on the evaluation from our civil engineer. So because it's a parking area, it is considered a pollution generating surface under the stormwater code. And that there is a drain. So now Lyon Creek is a stormwater receiving body. So the code would allow us just to drain the stormwater there. But as mentioned with the sustainability credentials in my presentation earlier, the city has opted to do a better than required for almost everything on this project, stormwater code included. And so what you don't see about the deck here is that the deck actually has a bioretention and detention area underneath it that's concealed. And so areas from paved surfaces and from roof drains actually drains into a bioretention cell and is treated in that hidden stormwater before it is, released, I guess, before it opens. I'm struggling for the word, but basically before it drains to it's pre-treated twice before it drains to a vegetated buffer, which is further treatment. So again, it's better than required under the King County Stormwater Code.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Pratt, are we through with the city's initial presentation?
Until I can get Mr. Greetham back at 3 o'clock.
Okay. It is 11:55. Instead of starting the appellant's presentation and then breaking in 30 minutes or so, let's start the appellant's let's start lunch early and adjust the end of lunch, and we'll then be able to start fresh right after that with the appellant's presentation. It is 11:56. Let's call it 12. We stand at recess until 1 p.m. Thank you. This is the start of the afternoon session on Thursday, February 26th in the Lakefront Park Improvements hearing. We begin the afternoon with the appellant's direct testimony presentations. Mr. Aniker.
Yes, I actually have a brief opening statement. Should you like to hear that?
That's fine.
All right. Yes, thank you. As we've been over already, my name is Kalen Aniker and I represent TJ and Jesse Fudge. The Fudges own and they reside at 17350 Beach Drive Northeast. The property shares a boundary with the project site. The Fudges aren't opposed to parks. What they're opposed to is the intensification of this shoreline in a way that is inconsistent with the Shoreline Management Act, the city's Shoreline Master Program, the municipal code, and SEPA. This case, or I should say matter, involves two related sets of decisions. First, the four permits before the hearing examiner, the SFAR, the SSDP, the C-Cup, and the Z-Cup. Second, the city's issuance of a mitigated determination of non-significance under SEPA. Regarding the permits, first, the shoreline variance. It's the most consequential permit before you. Under the Shoreline Management Act, shorelines are to be managed to preserve natural character and protect shoreline ecology, with preferences given to uses consistent with those policies. The Act establishes a preferential hierarchy that places preservation of natural character and protection of ecological functions ahead of other objections. The city's Shoreline Master Program implements those requirements. Deviations from the sensitive areas regulations are to be processed as a shoreline variance, and the SMP further provides that where there is any conflict amongst its provisions, the most protective regulations control. Appendix A governs these buffers and wetlands and streams. Those provisions strictly regulates the alterations to those sensitive areas and link any buffer modifications to an overarching no net loss standard. Variance narrative does not expressly seek modification of the wetland buffer areas. And even if it does, the requested deviations exceed what Appendix A allows for limited buffer alterations. Even if the buffer impacts are characterized as mitigated, there's been no showing of no net loss. The SMP and other authorities acknowledge that recreational uses must achieve no net loss of ecological function. The consolidation of docks into a substantially larger pier, combined with increased upland intensity, has not been demonstrated to result in no net loss. Furthermore, the variance criteria under SMP 3.8 are not satisfied. 3.8A2A requires strict application of the Shoreline Master Program, would deny all reasonable use of the property. Washington courts interpret reasonable use as an economic use of the property, not optimal public programming. And that is the Bushnell decision. The focus is whether the property can be put to reasonable use, not whether the applicant can achieve its preferred amenities. This will show that this property already has a reasonable use as a shoreline park. It currently functions as the Lyon Creek Waterfront Preserve. The SMP does not require a 200-foot swimming pier, community center, and playground for shoreline park use to be reasonable. Similarly, SMP 3.8A2B prohibits reliance on hardship that is self-created. The hardship here arises from the city's voluntary decision to acquire residential lots and convert them into an active use waterfront facility with swimming infrastructure, a community center, large public pier. That programmatic choice cannot create the hardship necessary to justify variance relief. 3.8A2E requires that a variance represent the minimum necessary relief. Here, the request spans multiple independent standards: length, width, area, and overwater coverage. The evidence will show this not a narrow deviation, but a wholesale expansion, and the breadth of the requested relief undercuts any claim that it is the minimum necessity. 3.8A2D requires the variance not be a grant of any special privilege, not enjoyed by the other properties in the area. The city relies on Jean Coulon Park in Renton and Newcastle Beach in Bellevue to show that there is no special grant. The evidence will show that these parks are not neighboring, but at the opposite end of the lake. The SMP does not permit importing more permissive regulatory context from across the lake. For all these reasons, the SVR does not satisfy the legal criteria. Regarding the zoning conditional use permit, it independently fails under Lake Forest Park Municipal Code, Chapter 18.54. A conditional use may only be approved if it meets the criteria in the Municipal Code 1854-030, including that is not materially detrimental to nearby property, is compatible with neighborhood character, and the associated traffic will not be hazardous. 1854-090 requires compliance with Chapter 1858 parking standards. That chapter mandates that required off-street parking be provided and maintained. For community recreation centers, the code requires 1 space per employee plus 1 space per 40 feet of assembly area. Whereas not expressly listed, the most comparable use must be applied. The evidence will show that the city did not apply the most comparable category to the community center component or the park component and effectively undercounted required parking. Log Boom Park is the most similar comparator with the city or within the nearby cities. Testimony show that it has substantially more parking than proposed here and still experiences congestion. The city instead relied on less comparable facilities. Moreover, the same municipal code prohibits approval where traffic will be hazardous. The record and testimony will show that on-site parking will not meet parking demands, demonstrates that spillover is expected, not speculative. Finally, the municipal code requires compatibility and prohibit the material detriment to the neighborhood. The record contains no noise modeling, no enforceable operational limits, and no analysis of how overflow parking and increased intensity affect residential character. General references to fencing and vegetation do not address operational impacts of an intensified waterfront facility. Z-Cup criteria are not met. Under RCW 9054-181 and the SMP, a shoreline substantial development may issue only upon a showing of consistency with the SMP and no net loss of ecological functions. Referenced before, the evidence will show that no net loss has been demonstrated with the combined upland and overwater changes. The SMP encourages public access, but does not require maximization of access at the expense of shoreline character. 9058-020 prioritizes preservation and ecological protection. For the S-Cup, it's not valid because no valid variance can issue as discussed above. The Urban Conservancy classification require a conservation-first approach. Project reframes clearing, grading, and overwater expansion as conservation because restoration is included. This inverts the SMP hierarchy. Public swimming and paddling are preferences, not shoreline-dependent necessities at this location. The evidence will show that upland or less intrusive alternatives were not adequately considered. Regarding the SEPA appeal, SEPA Chapter 4321C RCWs requires preparation of an EIS, environmental impact statement, where a proposal is likely to have probable significant adverse environmental impacts. Lake Forest Park must take a hard look at the environmental impacts of this project, and an EIS is required when there is reasonable likelihood of significant impact. The MD&S states that the proposal as designed, revised, clarified, and conditioned will not have probable significant adverse impact. That conclusion rests upon the SEPA checklist and associated reports. The hearing examiner's review is of the MD&S and is based on the MD&S itself and the environmental documents that it incorporates, not post hoc changes to the project. The structure of SEPA contemplates a series of comments from both other agencies and the public. Also allows for appeals on an MD&S like this one. The relevant regulations supply the ability to modify the MD&S during the comment period, but not after the MD&S has been appealed. The examiner must consider the MD&S as issued. Under SEPA, the agency must base its threshold determination on reasonably sufficient information on the environmental impact of the proposal. It must take additional steps. That information is not available. And that's based on the King County v. Friends of Sammamish Valley case 3WN.3D793. Here, the responsible official did not have sufficient information to conclude that this project will not have probable significant adverse environmental impacts. Record acknowledges, and testimony will show that Lyon Creek Lake Washington nearshore habitat is designated critical habitat. On the face of the record, proposal increases overwater shading, removes vegetation, expands impervious surfaces, and places active recreational uses adjacent to wetlands and aquatic habitat. Proposal may have significant adverse impacts even with mitigation. The agency must issue a DS, a determination of significance, and prepare an EIS. An MD&S is only proper where mitigation will reduce impacts below the level of significance. Problem is twofold. First, the mitigation is not demonstrated to reduce impacts below significance. The MDS largely conditions approval on general compliance with existing reports without quantified habitat-specific mitigation for the increased overwater coverage and intensified use. Expert testimony will show that the project increases overwater structure significantly, yet the critical areas report does not identify mitigation designed to offset aquatic habitat loss. The mitigation plan lacks measurable performance standards and does not demonstrate no net loss of ecological function. SEPA requires mitigation measures to be reasonable and capable of being accomplished. Recital of no net loss without analysis is not sufficient. Secondly, and more fundamentally, the threshold determination was not based on reasonably sufficient information. Record and testimony will show that the wetland stream delineation was conducted in late October when lake levels were low and soils were dry, increasing the risk of false negatives. Expert testimony will identify errors in the wetland rating and buffer calculations, including that wetland A likely qualifies as a Category 2 wetland with a 120-foot buffer rather than a Category 3 wetland with a 75-foot buffer. The baseline delineation and buffer are correct. The impact analysis and mitigation design are necessarily flawed. Under WAC 197-11335, if information is not reasonably sufficient, the agency must obtain it before making a threshold determination. Here, testimony will show that the city chose not to. The SEPA checklist itself contains numerous omissions and inconsistencies. It fails to meaningfully analyze increased impervious surfaces and stormwater impacts, does not evaluate the full scope of surface water work apparent in the plans, omit consideration of vehicle emissions, fails to account for increased long-term noise from recreational use, and leaves the utility section incomplete. An incomplete checklist combined with flawed underlying technical reports cannot supply the reasonably sufficient information required by King County v. Friends of Sammamish Valley. SEPA is an environmental disclosure statute. Its purpose is to ensure informed decision-making before action is taken. That purpose is not met where baseline wetland boundaries are likely understated, aquatic impacts are not quantified, cumulative impacts not meaningfully addressed, and mitigation lacks performance standards. The proposal may have probable significant adverse impacts. The city must issue a DS and prepare an EIS. At minimum, the MD&S should be remanded for correction of the wetland delineation, completion of the missing analysis, and preparation of a legally sufficient threshold determination. For these reasons, the Fudges request the hearing will be requesting that the hearing examiner reverse the MD&S and require preparation of a full EIS, or alternatively remand to the city for compliance with SEPA's procedural and substantive requirements. And with that, I'm ready to move on to my first witness.
Okay, whom would you like to call first?
We're going to have Dr. Jessie Fudge first.
Okay,
And she should be in the...
it would be something Mr. McLean can bring her up, assuming she's there. Let's look at the participants list. I see TJ Fudge.
I'm here, but it
Th-
appears
there-
that I'm not on camera. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you are.
There you are. Okay, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Jessie Fudge, Jessie, Fudge, Fudge.
Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Fudge. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
And I apologize in advance if I make that blunder again. Could you please, we've already gone over your name, but where do you live?
I live on the neighboring property to the proposed park at 17350 Beach Drive Northeast.
Thanks. And can you describe your education after high school?
So I attended Bowdoin College in Brunswick, Maine for a sociology and biology degree, medical school at the University of Minnesota, followed by a family practice residency at the University of Washington, and then a sports medicine fellowship at the University of Washington.
So I gather from that your profession is physician?
I am a sports medicine physician at Kaiser Permanente. Yes.
And how long have you lived at your current home?
We moved in 2 months before my oldest son was born, which was 12 and a half years ago in August of 2013.
And can you tell us a little bit about your property?
So I think the walking tour yesterday was a great opportunity to see where the property is in relation to the proposed park. It's been difficult on some of the plans to recognize how close our house is, but we are essentially built on the property line of the park. There is a cement wall that meets the beach side front corner and extends down towards the large tree on the park property, and then a little bit beyond that tree. It does not extend across the bulkhead.
And what was located on the neighboring property when you purchased your home?
Todd Turner lived in the main house, which remains on the property. And then there were multiple cabins on the property as well. Those cabins were long-term renters, most extremely quiet, and we didn't cross paths with them very often.
So have you reviewed the current plans for the park?
I have reviewed the plans to the best of my ability.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and if you want me to bring up any pictures of those plans at any point, I'm certainly happy to do that. Just let me know. So based on the current plans, how close will the proposed parking lot and turnaround be to your home?
You'd be welcome to bring the map up if you want. It's in number 1, I think. It's a little bit hard for me to fully interpret the 70% plan and where the setback lines are. But as drawn, to me, it appears that there's a parking spot within 5 feet of our wall. And the turnaround of that parking lot would be within 10 feet of our property.
I am going to bring up this is Exhibit 1. Are these the plans that you were talking about?
Yes, that will work. I believe our house would essentially be at the top part of those plans.
Okay.
And it looked to me like 0 to 1 is 20 feet. That
What
dashed
page
line
is
is the
this?
parking lot.
Pardon?
Do I hear a question
what-
being asked?
What page of exhibit?
Oh, this is PDF page 9. And that is Bates 0009.
Thank you.
Okay. And so it looks like at the top of this, there is a little bulge at the top or at the most.
Yes.
Yeah,
I believe that's a city parking spot, as well as a sidewalk that falls very close to the house. And as you'll recall, the cement wall does not extend that far.
Okay. And so it does not look like your house appears on these drawings. If it did, about how far would it be away from that lot line?
Our house is on the lot line.
Okay. And relatedly,
I had one more concern about the way the parking lot was oriented, if that's okay.
yeah.
With the flow of traffic, headlights will be directed directly into our windows.
No, thank you for that. So how close will the swimming area and the buoy line to be to your property and dock?
I have not been able to identify a buoy line or a setback line on the plans as submitted at 70%.
Okay.
Our property is immediately beyond the bulkhead. So anyone who steps off that bulkhead is on our property. Our dock is 10 feet from the property line.
And does is there a seawall that extends at all?
There is a bulkhead that supports a majority of the grass yard, and that bulkhead extends about halfway down our dock, which is part of the reason for the longer dock, because we have to get past that bulkhead to get to any meaningful water.
And what concerns do you have about the lack of a 20-foot buffer between the proposed park improvements in your home?
If we stay along the water line, the biggest concern is trespassing. We do own the lake bed to well past the end of our dock, just as the park owns the lake bed in front of their property. Anyone who does walk on the beach is trespassing. As you noticed on the walking tour yesterday, there's extremely easy access from the bulkhead to our beach and then to our house. And I do think trespassing is a major concern of ours and one that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. And how would the placement of the parking lot next to that particular window affect your family?
So my son's bedroom is essentially the corner of the park. The right where the proposed parking turnaround is. If park hours are dawn to dusk, there's going to be a lot of traffic, noise, and commotion after our family's asleep at night. I also know that when my husband and I were looking at houses, we were very aware of ambient noise versus breaks in ambient noise. So we consciously chose a house that was not near, for example, a bus stop. The 522 road becomes ambient noise, and you really get used to that noise pattern at night, and it doesn't bother you. But the slamming doors, the idling cars, the loud chatter, the music as people are leaving the park are going to be loud and obvious in the evenings.
And why do you think that there's going to be this loud noise, car door slamming, and
when the park closes, I think a lot of people will leave at a similar time. They're going to have to deflate their paddle boards. They're going to have to reload their car, and they're going to be saying their goodbyes. We have some experience from the passive park as well, with people coming and going from the beach in the past several years too. I think one other concern I wanted to raise about the proximity of the parking turnaround to our house is that, like most people in the area, we do not have air conditioning. The only way to cool our house off at night is open windows at night. And those idling vehicles will contribute to pollution in the area.
Can you describe what the current traffic is like on your street in good weather?
Yeah, so just in general weather, we have a very narrow street. Near the proposed park, it's essentially one lane. One car has to pull over to allow another car to go through. On quiet days, that's not a big deal, and it's easy to navigate. On busy summer days, the street fills in with parked cars. Those are parked cars going to the trail. They are parked cars going to the Lyon Creek Park Preserve. The park is increasingly becoming more active, and we're seeing more visitors blowing up paddle boards on the street, which at times blocks the street. And we also see people doing the reverse, coming off the beach and deflating their paddle boards, loading up their floaties and their wagons. And suddenly that easy maneuver to get through this tight area right outside our house isn't there anymore. I anticipate if we have an active use park without adequate parking support, that this will increase. And I have concerns about commute times. As is in the summer, we do have to plan to be at our red light to turn through 2 lights. In the winter, when the street is a lot quieter, we're usually able to get out in 1. But each light cycle adds to our time to get to where we need to be. I guess I
How
also
many,
have concerns about emergency vehicles, as I've seen them have trouble navigating the street at times.
you want to say anything more about that, or you kind of trailed off?
Just emergency vehicles and making sure that there is adequate passage at all times through that kind of narrow area.
How many parking spots are available at the Lions Creek Park now?
I believe it's just 1 handicap accessible spot.
Okay.
Often 2 people will park there that do not have handicap stickers. But there is only 1 parking spot. Through just living here, I have seen that that's the first parking spot to go, especially if someone has a handicap sticker. Then the street fills in with park and trail goers. And then the no parking zone fills in with illegal parking. And most of the time when I've walked across the street, the 3 park preserve parking spots have not been filled.
And you mentioned illegal parking. Have you seen city enforcement?
Some, if it's blocking traffic, we call. Otherwise, there's warnings given, I believe.
But the parking, the overflow parking persists.
Yes.
How about how many cars would you say that is?
The parking area where people park illegally holds 1, 2, 3 cars, and it's variable. Once one parks there, others feel more inclined to park there as well.
And is there parking on Beach Drive as well?
Yes, there's street parking on Beach Drive. It's tight, but you can park along the left-hand side of the street for the most part.
Do you get people using the Lions Creek parking there?
There's the 1 handicap spot, and yes, it gets used.
So based on your observations of the way that it works now, what do you expect an active use park with boating access to change about traffic and parking on your street?
I anticipate it will increase. I anticipate we'll be drawing people from outside close proximity who don't know the size of the street or the amount of parking available, and there will be a lot more turnarounds and trying to get on and off the street. I know there's a proposal to put some parking over at the town center, but it appears to be in the same location as the Sunday Farmers Market, which happens to be a busy beach day as well. I have also seen plans for a community building that it was not, I don't know how much it was talked about earlier, but that I believe is supposed to hold up to 150 people. And on event nights, getting 150 people on and off that street is going to be complicated.
You mentioned trespassing earlier. Have you already experienced trespassing from lake users?
Yes, we've had an increase in trespassing on our dock and not necessarily our land beach, but on the lake bed since Log Boom Park became a bigger park with paddleboard rentals. And it's usually people on paddleboards or floaties that maybe don't know that we own the property under the water or the dock above the water. Most are receptive when we ask them to move on. Others can be a little bit more aggressive.
And did I miss it? Have they interacted with your dock?
Yes. Some need to stop and rest. Others just feel that it is within their rights to stop there and hold on. We haven't had anyone get out of their boat and onto our dock that I'm aware of when we've been home.
Are there any particular concerns you have about swimmers being allowed up to the property line?
Up until the last several years, I haven't really had concerns about people accessing our house or yard. So I guess it opens up a whole new level of safety and security. The dock itself adds some complexity as people, and it's happened where I'm on the beach and the kids are on the end of the dock, and it feels like I get separated from my kids. So I think just recognizing that the lake and the beach add a complexity that a park like Animal Acres might not have.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about for the safety of the people trespassing on your property?
For the most part, people are receptive to me asking them to move on or reminding them that this is private property, but we have had aggressive people who have made me concerned.
And you mentioned the Lions Creek Preserve. Now, do you have an understanding of the permit conditions that are currently operating on that preserve?
Yes.
And have you seen anything that you understand to be inconsistent with these permit conditions?
Well, the Lyon Creek Park Preserve has become a active use park for many people. There's frequently swimmers, there's floaters, it's a kayak and paddleboard launch, off-leash dogs. And on a couple occasions, I've seen motorboats pull up to pick people up or drop people off.
Have you seen, and how frequently do you observe those activities during the peak season?
During the season, weekly or more, and it's usually on warm summer days. The hotter the day, the more people who are out.
And have you observed much enforcement action?
Um, the Lake Forest Park Police will circulate through there at times. We call when there's obvious open alcohol, or I've called when the motorboat has come through, when it's obviously dangerous. But at some point, it starts to feel like the police have better things to do than my concerns about the passive park preserve.
And is there anything about the maintenance of that passive park that concerns you?
I have concerns with the expansion of the park closer to my house, with the difficulty in getting the park closed at night. It is frequently left open or closed well past dusk.
What are the required
Sorry,
closing?
yeah, dusk. Dusk or dawn, whatever that evening one is.
That's when you understand the closing hours to be?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And you have observed it being opened after those hours?
Yes, and I have been again told to call the non-emergency line. I don't frequently do that because overall, I haven't seen anything that makes me feel like I need to call. If it's open multiple days in a row or weeks in a row, I do submit a code enforcement request.
But what concerns does this raise for an expanded and active park next door?
The ease of trespassing across our beach property has me concerned about people spending later evenings or overnight while on property.
And how do you have some understanding of the lake levels in Lake Washington living right next to it, correct?
Yes.
And do they fluctuate?
Yes, the Lake Washington is dam controlled. And so in early summer, the lake level's quite high. By late summer, the lake level's quite low. Everyone saw how long our dock is. In early summer, I can jump off the dock and the water's fairly deep over my head. By end of summer, it's up a little over my waist.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
And what types of injuries can occur from diving into shallow water?
I mean, that's one of my biggest fears, owning a lake house on shallow water. I also grew up on a lake in Minnesota with shallow water, so it's been drilled into me as well. But I lecture every person that walks through my door and who walks on my dock that they are not allowed to dive and they need to have soft feet when they jump because the lake is shallow. If you hit your head and or neck on the bottom of the lake, you have a high potential for a spinal cord injury or even death, and it scares me. I have been quite anxious about the proposal to have a swim dock in 4 feet of water. I'm not sure if that's 4 feet of water at high water level in June or low water level in August. Both are concerning. If it at low water and someone safely dives in June, has a little alcohol, comes back in August, doesn't recognize the depth change and dives in, it could be a serious complication.
How would converting this park into an active park change the character of your neighborhood?
It will increase traffic. It's going to increase traffic on the lake and increase traffic on the street. And I think our biggest concern is parking and where these people who are coming from all areas of the city are going to find to park. Most people who are coming to a beach park have supplies. They're not going to simply park at the town center and walk all those supplies over. If there's no parking, they're going to drop it off. They're going to turn around and then they're going to have to come back and re-drop it off, increasing the traffic greatly on the street.
And did you go to any of the public meetings related to this project?
There were 4 public meetings for all of LFP at the town center. I believe I made 3 of them. And then there was a single beach drive meeting that I did attend.
Okay. Did you express your concerns with the project at those meetings?
Yes, primarily at the beach drive meeting. The ability to provide feedback at the community meetings was mostly by post-it note or comment. And so there was less ability to have one-on-one conversations at those meetings.
What concerns did you assert at that beach drive meeting?
At the beach drive meeting, I tried to be respectful of the rest of the neighborhood and didn't really focus on the proximity of our property. So I didn't touch on the trespassing quite as much, but I mentioned my concerns about my son's bedroom and the parking proximity to the wall of the house and the pollution. My son raised his hand and mentioned his concern about all the off-leash dogs at the park because he happens to have a fear of dogs. And we mentioned the concerns about the wildlife on the property. I think everyone on Beach Drive, and myself included, love watching the eagles. And we had concerns about whether the local wildlife was being protected.
And do you feel like your concerns were addressed in the permit or in the planning process?
I mean, looking at the 70% design with a parking spot within 10 feet of the house, headlights going into the windows, and really no sufficient parking for a community center or a park, I don't think they were listened to, no.
Is there anything else that you'd like the hearing examiner to understand about the impacts of this proposal on you and your family?
The water impacts are higher than people recognize, and trying to figure out how to mitigate that is not clear. We spend most of our summer evenings swimming and boating, and the number of paddleboards and floaties start to change the vibe of a usually quiet street and beach. With that said, I want people to have access to a park and to a lake and to water. But I want to make sure that what we're putting on the property is something that matches the environment of the property, protects the wildlife, and respects the street, which is small and really doesn't have enough parking for what is being proposed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Fudge. And no further questions from me at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Pratt, do you wish to cross-examine?
No, I don't have any questions from Mrs. Fudge.
No questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You may
Okay.
call your next witness.
Next witness will be Professor TJ Fudge. He should be in the meeting as well.
Okay, could you unshare screen?
Oh, of course. It's hard to remember sometimes.
Okay, there he is. Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Tyler Jeffrey Fudge, Tyler Jeffrey Fudge, and I go by TJ and have since birth.
Okay. So would you rather just be listed as TJ Fudge and
I-
forget the rest?
I would, yes, but
Okay.
it's amazing how many places won't let that fly.
All right.
Your witness, Mr. Aneker.
Thank you. And we are actually, for a good portion of this, going to adopt the same format as the city's early witnesses. And Professor Fudge has put together a bit of a presentation to explain his position on the park.
Yeah,
Okay. And is this going to be a PowerPoint type presentation?
correct.
Okay, we will enter your presentation as Exhibit 1005.
Okay.
Let's see, we need to be able to let him share screen.
It looks like I'm able to, but I'm not going to have it up for all of the time, but it looks like I'm able.
Okay, well, when do you want it up? Now or you can bring it up when
I'll share it when it makes sense. I think it's more, well, Zoom's never easy, but I think it's better to see people's faces when talking than random slides. So if you don't mind my just controlling it, that's what I prefer.
I don't mind.
Great. All right. So to introduce myself, I'm an associate research professor in Earth and Space Sciences at the University of Washington. And then something else I want to mention is that I've served on the Lake Forest Park Planning Commission for nearly 2 terms. I didn't quite finish out my term because I was headed to do field work in Antarctica. So as you guys know, I'm, the next door neighbor, along with my wife and children at 17350 Beach Drive Northeast. And I just want to say that I'm a really big proponent of opening these parcels to the public. This is a magical area that has been preserved, not just preserved, enhanced by the previous homeowners. That is probably most visible in the absolutely amazing trees that are on the property, but also the wetlands that they have preserved. And this is an area of great community benefit. I like to think of it that it's a place where the lake, the forest, and the park meet. I personally enjoy the wildlife, including bobcats and swans, and also knowing that, on our shoreline, we're helping to restore salmon to Lyon and McAleer creeks, which is something that, is very much ingrained in our elementary schools who are releasing salmon into those streams. So the first thing I want to do in this statement is address the hearing examiner's question yesterday about the height of our roof. So we made rough measurements and it's about 20 feet high. Solar panels are probably a touch above that. You've now visited the site. It's a typical height of a 2-story home. I think this question was getting at kind of, solar usage there. Maybe there's other reasons the height of the house is important, but I wanted just to quickly say why, we raised a point about solar. So there's 2 alder trees, which are about 50 feet due south on the city's property. And sorry, hearing examiner, I'm going to use true directions because it involves the sun and not hex directions. So it is true south. And so these did not exist until the city bought the property. The two trees are now, I'm going to guess, 35 and 40 feet tall, pretty standard growth for alder trees. And these alder trees typically get up to 80 to 100 feet tall when they're in good growing conditions, which, to the best of my knowledge, this is actually quite good. And so the concern around those is that that will block sunlight. So if they get to 85 feet, that's 65 feet above where our solar panels are, and that ends up being forming a degree of about 52 degrees. At the equinox, the sun in Seattle is up 42 degrees. So this isn't a full solar analysis to say, oh, there's some great big input to our solar. This is not a major issue for us in the grand scheme of things. But I just want to point out that, the existing conditions already have created this concern for us in our solar, and just be nice to have that recognized so that we can make sure that it's listed and able to be, mitigated, which I very much, think that it can. So at that, I'll kind of move on and hope that that kind of probably more fully than you wanted answered your question about our roof height. So I want to, I just added this section in, and so I want to update my wife's brilliant and composed testimony. I know she doesn't like speaking in public, and I thought, she was, let's just say I don't think I'm going to do as well as she did. I just want to amend it that we have had a trespassing event on our property. On July 4th, I forget the year, but it would have been about 5 years ago, I think. Somebody stole a boat from down in Seattle and decided to tie up to our dock with their bike on board. And then I actually responded to this with my daughter, who I want to say was 4, and her cousin who was staying, who I believe was either 3 or 4 as well. And so we had no choice but to basically walk them up along our whole property and let them off of our property. So, I do understand that living on the lake, there are strange things like this that are going to happen. We had to call the police, we had to get the boat returned, had to find out who the owner was. They finally came up, fortunately there wasn't any, hostility from the 2 people who had stolen the boat. And I do understand that living on the lakefront does, entail some element that people can access our property differently than if we didn't have lakefront. And so, what this incident I think is, kind of about is just, it gets to be what is the frequency of those events. I'm pretty sure that will be a one-off. I'm pretty sure they thought they were landing on the public dock so that they could just walk clean out. I don't think they really wanted to deal with a property owner. And like I said, it was awkward, but fortunately everyone was safe. And so it's this kind of frequency and cumulative impacts that I kind of want to talk about. If something happens once in a summer, it's not that big of a deal to deal with. If it starts to happen every day in summer, that becomes a very different issue. And so as we think about what the use for this park is going to be, one of my main concerns is that the frequency of these events becomes just something that we have to deal with pretty much every day, instead of that one-off once a summer. I may say this again later, but I got estimates of use from the Civic Club. And, what they told me is during summer months, they average 300 to 400 visitors to the club daily. And on very busy summer days, like the 4th of July or the after end of school party, that they have 600 to 800 visitors to the club. Dwarfs what is visiting the Lyon Creek Preserve now. And I think is a very low estimate would be a very low estimate for what a new park would bring to the site. In some of my written testimony, there was a comparison of the number of cars parked at the Civic Club versus the number of cars parked at Log Boom within kind of 20 minutes of each other on a certain day, and they differed by about a factor of 10. I'd have to go back to the testimony exactly, but because the Civic Club is a private club, it doesn't get the usage that a full public facility will. And so when I start thinking about what the number of visitors is, and I haven't seen this projected anywhere in the documents, I'm thinking that number is certainly in the multiple hundreds, if not thousands, on a nice summer day, of which we have many nice summer days in Seattle. It's one of the things that makes living in the Pacific Northwest so wonderful. And I would just like to say that one of the things that concerns me there is that I know that the vast majority of park visitors are going to be great. They're going to be respectful. They're, going to, not trespass. I mean, they're just going to be great, wonderful people. My concern is that relatively small fraction who are not. And so I just like to use the example, if 99% of people are great, but 1% is not, if you have 100 people at the park every day, you're dealing with one person who's not every day. And, I don't know if that's a 1% or 0.1%, but that's what I'm talking about, the frequency of bad interactions. And particularly with the alcohol use I've seen at Lyon Creek Park, I'm much more concerned about the use that will take place at a waterfront park with active swimming and active event spaces. And the reason I'm concerned about alcohol use is that it leads to nuisances like loud noise being played, but it also just changes the character of interactions, and it emboldens people to do things that they wouldn't otherwise. And so, yeah, all right, I won't belabor that point. I think, I don't want to say too much more that Jesse already said, but this trespass risk is really top of mind. I mean, I think you all could see yesterday that you can walk from the lakefront property onto our property without getting your feet wet when the water is down. And this would represent the majority of the summer season. If I understand it right, there are areas where there is absolutely no barrier from hopping onto to the sand that gets exposed from our property, and where there is a barrier, it's proposed to all be our own, what we have put up as a wall, but that there's also a big section where all you have to do to get onto our property is hop over a split rail fence. I don't consider that to be much of a barrier, particularly not if we're, thinking about nuisance and dogs coming onto the property. Again, a dog coming onto the property once or twice a summer is not a big deal. A dog coming onto the property, 2 to 3 times a night while we're trying to have dinner, I mean, it gets to be really annoying. And we've had that with the city's caretaker. We had to basically call the city and be like, guys, you can't just let him have dogs running unimpeded onto our property. And so, I can produce that email if it's important, but, it's just the way it is. So I'm going to get technical in a sec, but I just wanted to actually note, I think, Kaylin, you took the reasonable use very well. And so I just want to give kind of a anecdote about that I think kind of sums up my feelings towards what the city's trying to do. So when I was young, my mom would occasionally take me grocery shopping with her. And so she would often let me get a treat. And being a young kid, you might expect that I often wanted more than just one treat. And her response was always, you can get anything you want, but you can't get everything you want. And kind of the idea behind it is there's a lot of ways that this park can be used to great good. And my feeling is there's just too many aspects that are too busy to fit the character and the setting of this area and lead to too many detrimental impacts. And that's why I'm a huge proponent of this being a public facility, but with much more reasonable set of amenities to not allow detrimental effects. All right, I would like to get a little more technical. Jesse and I kind of decided to split, with her taking a lot of the specifics of house and concerns and me taking kind of more of a reading of some of the code. Kaylin did a great job with some of this, so I've tried to trim it down where I can. But I do want to talk about parking. And my big concern with the parking and analysis that's been done is that it seems like the city is not accepting that both the big house event space, as it is labeled in that diagram, which hearing examiner, thank you so much for pointing out was in the biological evaluation, because I'd literally spent half an hour trying to find that, and I did not think to search there. And so we've got the big house event space, but we've also got the park users. And I view these as you need to have the facilities to accommodate both. Whereas the city seems to conflate these as being an or in there. And both of them require large amounts of parking. Kaylin did a great job running through the city code that relates to event spaces. Or assembly spaces is probably the right phrase to use. The parks, what kind of parking you need is a bit more complicated. There's a lot more discretion there. And so what I want to articulate here is that I think that, first off, log boom is a good example of the use that's expected and is a good baseline for kind of the use that we would expect. The park that is proposed has very similar amenities to the park at Log Boom, or for that matter, at the Civic Club. So if I were to just give a number offhand of how many parking spaces I think should be for the park, so exempting the assembly spaces, I would say 52. That's the number that I think is close to what Log Boom has. I think it's what the city presented at, ballpark. So, and then that gets you 44 spaces is the city's analysis for what the event spaces need. So that gets you to a total of 96 spaces. Okay, how does that fit with what we know about Lake Forest Park? The city likes to compare to Bellevue and Renton on these things. I would just like to articulate that we are not Bellevue, we are not Renton. I think that goes without saying, and I may hit those with my presentation in a little bit. So I went and kind of decided, well, I really think it's amenities that drive park usage. The city seems to have relied on kind of acres or size as the way to estimate usage of a park. And I don't think that's a good way to do it. So if you take a 4-acre park and you have take two 4-acre parks. One has 2 soccer fields on it. One has a nature trail. Is the usage for those 2 parks going to be the same because those parks are the same acreage? And my answer to that is no. You're going to get a much higher usage on the parks that have the soccer field, as anyone who has tried to pick kids up after a evening soccer practice can attest. Trying to get a parking spot at Shoreline AB is very different than showing up at Grace Cole Nature Park. Okay, so if we're looking at amenities, Lake Forest Park does have some good comparison parks. So I'll start with Animal Acres. So Animal Acres Park sorry, I'm wondering if I should explain more. No, I'll just say Animal Acres Park within Lake Forest Park, close to Brookside School. It's got a picnic shelter. It's got an open lawn, and I'm going to consider Eagle Scout Park, which has a playground, which is just across the street, as essentially part of that park. So it's got multiple elements that are included in the lakefront park. There are, by my count, 25 parking spaces at Animal Acres Park. So that's, for me, is a good baseline for what the character of Lake Forest Park is for parking related to these facilities. All right, we can also go up to Horizon View Park. So Horizon View Park is the old Nike missile site. And so Horizon View Park has, it's got a playground. It's got 2 tennis courts, a half basketball court, and an open field. And it has 25 parking spaces, I believe. Did I say Animal Lakes are at 25 or 24? I think I counted 24 there if I misspoke. So what I think we see in Lake Forest Park, there's actually a consistency with the amenities and the amount of parking provided. Lake Forest Park doesn't have a lot more parks with any active features. So those are the two that I'm comparing to. So given that Log Boom then has essentially twice those, a little over 50, despite having, an active swim beach, a pier, I think if anything, Log Boom has fewer parks than are equivalent than you would have in Lake Forest Park. And so I just want to take a brief chance to say, please, let's follow the bathrooms. I think it's, they tell you something about the intensity of use that is intended for a park. So, if a park gets almost no use, you don't provide any kind of bathroom facilities. As it starts to get a little more, you'll add a porta potty. As you get more, you might add a couple, or if you hold an event there, you might bring in some porta potties. And eventually, if you expect large sustained use, you build bathrooms. To my knowledge, Lake Forest Park has no public restrooms in a park. There are porta potties at Animal Acres and at Horizon View, and I forget if there's 1 or 2 at each. Maybe somebody in the city knows the exact statistics. But the Lakefront Park proposal has 6 different restrooms being proposed, built, not porta potties. And this to me signifies the real difference in the intensity of use between them. And I just don't think that if putting in less parking than you would at Animal Acres, where you're getting by with just 1 or 2 porta potties, is an appropriate level of infrastructure to support the usage that is intended, and it's as the bathrooms show. All right. So now for kind of parking for the big house event space. So, Kaylin went through the, why aren't we following this 18.58.3.030, which has a table of different uses. And so the city has argued that, the entry 2, which refers to recreation centers, does not apply. And, Kaylin read that same ordinance, that parking requirements for a use not provided in the section shall be determined by the city planning department, and such determination shall be based upon the requirements for the most comparable use herein. All right, so Exhibit 27 describes the event space specifically as being used for assembly. And I read from that, the community building will be 1,364 square feet and will be classified as assembly space. And so maybe we can argue which entry in that table it should be, but there are multiple entries that address this. If you don't like the recreation center one, you can go down to entry 23, which reads arenas, auditoriums, including school auditoriums, and other places of public assembly other than churches and parentheses and lodges, one parking space shall be provided for each 40 square feet of gross floor area used for assembly purposes. I find that to be pretty clear. And what I want to point out is that there are 3 entries in here that all lead to the same 1 parking space per 40 square feet of gross floor area used for assembly purposes. All right, and then I'd like to draw your attention to that figure of the big house event space, which is in the Exhibit 12. We can pull it up if people feel like it, but I don't know that it's actually necessary. And I just want to point out that being able to find that, one of the things that I was able to see is that one of the things proposed there is a sliding glass wall. Not a sliding glass door, a sliding glass wall that faces onto the large outdoor deck. So when I look at the schematics of the big house event space, what I see is a connected indoor-outdoor kind of entertainment facility that is meant for there to be easy flow between indoor and outdoor. And when I see that, I think that the deck should be classified as assembly space because it's going to be part of what is being used to host events there. These are not separated from each other. In fact, they're being encouraged to mingle people across the 2 of them. All right. I'm debating whether to go into details of the city's parking and why I disagree with their analysis. I don't think I want to go through the details, and so I'm not going to show the slides. I just want to make the general point first that Lake Forest Park is not Bellevue. We do not have 50-story towers that are within easy walking distance of at least 2 of the parks that they identified. But I'd like to say that Bellevue, the way the city decided to calculate this is interesting because it includes waterfront parks that have large amounts of area of undeveloped natural areas too. I think a better comparison would be what is the area of active use? What are the amenities there and how many parking spaces are being provided? Now, I've done calculations to calculate different things, but I think I've made my point that basing park usage on acreage is not an effective way to go, and I'm just going to leave it at that. The last point I want to make regarding parking is that the Civic Club manages parking incredibly well. They don't succeed with every event and every day, but they have people staffed there actively working to keep people from parking on Beach Drive and to park appropriately. I have not seen any similar suggestion that that is going to happen at this park. And that really concerns me. It concerns me on 2 levels. Because Civic Club is already a private club, members are deeded. This is people who know how it works and they have guests and they articulate it. It's different with a public facility where anybody can come and you have people who don't understand it. And that creates a lot more chaos and really increases the need to have people there helping manage the traffic flow situation. And so I just want to say that I think we should not think that because there's the Civic Club there, which can handle, 50 cars and those usage rates, that applies to the public park. It needs to be actively managed to achieve that. And the Civic Club puts a particular emphasis on that. All right, I'm going to move just slightly to the traffic simulations on Beach Drive. I'm not going to belabor this because it's in my written comments, but I just want to point out the level of service leaving Beach Drive is an F. I realize the total intersection meets level of service. We are a small contribution to that very large intersection. Nothing that happens to Beach Drive is going to change that we remain an incredibly small amount of that overall traffic. But as my wife indicated, being able to get out of Beach Drive is a big deal for people who live there. And how many light cycles are you going to have? But not just that. That area right there gets very congested when you start getting cars backed up. And this creates a safety concern because it's also where you have all of the people who are coming in from the trail or crossing over, as we did, from the town center. And so now you're creating, I like to think of this as that intersection as kind of a cork, that when it gets blocked up, pressure builds and bad things happen. Not unlike a marine terminating glacier, but that's kind of neither here nor there. And so I'm really concerned about lots of pedestrian traffic through stressed out people trying to get off the street in this area, which we already know gets backed up on busy days. At this point, it doesn't happen often enough to be a major impediment. It instead is kind of at that annoyance level on nice sunny days. But increasing the amount of traffic can lead to a threshold behavior. If you are doubling the amount of traffic onto the street, the impacts could well increase well beyond doubling as you get people backed up and confused in those intersections. I know this is something that I've talked to the Civic Club a lot about being concerned as well. So I do want to pull up one slide. Let me see if I can present this. Oh, give me just a sec. I'm going to share this, and then let me present. All right. I just want to point out, and I did this in the text, but I think it can be hard to understand in the text, but we have this, I'm going to talk about intersections 3, 5, and then eventually 6, but about a different topic. So 3 is the big intersection with Bothell Way and Ballinger Way, 2 state highways. Lots of traffic. We're a very small portion of that. But what I want to point out here is that in this traffic analysis, in intersection 5, 13 cars turn left towards intersection 3, and 13 cars turn right towards intersection 3. Okay, we've all been there. We know that any car that turns left or right from those 2 directions has to leave through intersection 3, because you can only hold 2 spaces there, and that's where they're going. They're very close together. But then when we go to look at the total cars leaving intersection 3, we reach a total of 14, 5, 6, and 3 that you can see there in the number 3. So we've somehow managed to lose 12, or nearly half of the vehicles that should be in that traffic analysis. I don't understand how that can happen. In my field, we talk about conservation of mass. This is a violation of conservation of mass. Those cars have to go somewhere. I don't know how, if you cannot model that aspect correctly, you can base any further conclusions on what the traffic delays are going to be on Beach Drive. I will say I agree with the traffic analysis in the sense of there's a lot more traffic on Bothell Way and Ballinger Way than there is Beach Drive. I'm not saying that there's nothing here that's, accurate. I don't know if they got the numbers right. I just know that the numbers that affect Beach Drive are not correct. All right, I'm going to stop the share there. Okay, so on traffic, I want to talk about trip generation. So generating trip numbers for this park, I'll admit, is a little challenging. It's not that, I mean, I'm a little surprised that the city didn't present some numbers from the Civic Club, given the parking facilities in there is at least one relevant component. I've kind of presented some of those numbers now, and I'm sure that they have even more detailed numbers that could be of use as a low-end estimate for the number of trips that are expected to be generated. Amber yesterday said that 85% of the city has to go elsewhere to get into the lake, implying that 15% of the city is using the Civic Club. There's a few, Lakefront and some people at Sheridan Beach, but the bulk of that must be at the Civic Club. And so what that implies is that it's roughly a factor of 6 or 7. That what the cities and Amber's implying with that statement is that there's a factor of 6 or 7 in the city of Lake Forest Park alone who are going to come use Lyon Creek now. So I think one thing you could do to get use estimates is simply multiply the Civic Club values by that factor of 6 or 7 that Amber presented as a way to estimate the use at the park. Now I want to talk about why I don't think what the city has presented is useful. So the city relies on a park in San Luis Obispo, California. There are relatively few similar amenities. The San Luis Obispo Park is primarily sports fields with skate park. It does have a playground, and I believe it has a picnic shelter. It's a substantially larger park, again, with 10 acres, I think. And things I want to point out, there's no water access, and there's no community center. There's no event space. So until I really looked into it, I didn't realize that the analysis covered 3 days in February. I'm just not sure that the trip generation from a park in California, which admittedly was nicely studied, is relevant to the waterfront park here in Lake Forest Park. About the only conclusion from that I thought was quite, useful is that they really conclude that the weather has a big impact on the usage of the park. And that is what I think we all know. And I would say waterfront parks in particular have an even bigger extreme in that regard. And I also just want to point out that the city in that doesn't acknowledge that when the same group did their study in 2021, they had trip numbers that were about 2 times higher. All right, so one more point I want to add from the Civic Club and the information they provided. They've said that there's about 150 cars daily that turn onto the access road to turn around, which they think is due to the closure of the left turn across 99 down by the dental, sorry, not 99, 522 Bothell Way, I think down by the dental area. So there's a significant volume of traffic using that as a turnaround. All right, and the last thing related to traffic and parking I want to talk about is the accident rate. So the traffic report found a rate of, I think it was 2.2 2, and I believe the metric is accidents per million vehicle miles. And the report kind of quickly discounted that as essentially kind of a problem of small numbers. It's abnormally high because there happened to be one incident in the reporting period. As far as I know, that is accurate. But I would like to point out that I know of 2 additional incidents basically near that intersection 6, the site. One was a car that drove into the ditch on the right-hand side and then had to be pulled out with, a tow truck. And that happened, I don't remember the time, but I want to say it's right around 2015. So roughly one other event in the previous 4 years. And then my own vehicle got sideswiped in June last year on the day of the end of school party. And we have no garage. I have to park on the street. And so there's another vehicle incident at that site intersection post the 2023 period. And so I think the accident rate has held up through time and cannot be dismissed simply as being of small numbers. We have 3 incidents. I don't know exactly what that translates to, but it's above the value of 1.0, which I believe is the standard that the report is using. And so I'll just kind of conclude that with, sometimes people wonder, well, what's the big deal if there's extra cars, parking, or, extra traffic on the street? Well, let me tell you, getting your car sideswiped and having to go through insurance is a major impact. And as you add more and more people, particularly people who are not familiar, we have to expect that is going to become more and more common on the street, and we bear the brunt of that. All right, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here, and this relates a little bit to the hearing examiner's question that he wanted to hear more about Urban Conservancy environment, because I don't know if it was me in the public comments that he was referring to, but I know I mentioned it. And I really remain confused why this park is not being classified as Urban Conservancy. So I want to read a little bit from the Shoreline Master Program in section 5.4, Urban Conservancy Environment. So I'm actually going to start a little ways down where it says, the Urban Conservancy designation is the shoreline area that encompasses the Lyon Creek Waterfront Preserve, Burt Gilman Trail right-of-way, and other publicly owned properties, and the Sheridan Beach Club and Civic Club within the shoreline management area. So the Civic Club, a very comparable facility to what is proposed at the park, is considered Urban Conservancy, yet the city is not treating these parcels as Urban Conservancy as far as I can tell. I fully admit to being very confused in this respect. So I want to read, the purpose of Urban Conservancy. So the purpose of Urban Conservancy environment is to protect and restore ecological functions in urban and developed settings, while allowing a variety of water-oriented and low-impact uses. The environment would apply to publicly owned areas in shoreline jurisdiction. Public lands may offer special conservation and/or restoration opportunities, such as the conservation and enhancement of shoreline vegetation. I admittedly have always assumed that this park would be under Urban Conservancy zoning. And I just want to say that I agree so wholeheartedly with this part of the SMP in the sense of this has amazing conservation potential while still allowing recreation. All right, I'm going to switch a little to permits and sensitive areas. We've talked a lot about Wetland B already and the fact that it's not being protected with fencing. You guys are all familiar with where it is. You've all now seen that there are not fences proposed. I'm not going to go back through how condition 18 now reads. What I want to bring up here is that, and I do want to show another figure. And so I will share here, bear with me. All right. So I think I have a few things coming in. So Wetland B is not being protected, but when we look through the wetland scores that have been assigned by DCG Watershed, this is from exhibit, I think it might be covered over, I want to say it's exhibit 12, maybe it's exhibit 11, the delineation. Apologize for that. The slide certainly isn't quite complete. But what I want to is this has the same total points as does Wetland C, which is over in the Lyon Creek Preserve. Now, there's going to be expert testimony that is going to get into lots of details of wetlands. But what I want to point out is that Wetland B has been protected by a private residence. This has been mowed heavily by the city and its caretaker. And what I will demonstrate in the next slide is that the city caretaker is actually the one who's been recreating with chairs and paddleboards in the wetland, which Amber showed yesterday and which is the example figure in Exhibit 11. In contrast, Wetland C is part of a public preserve. Its planting was designed by Watershed as part of the Lyon Creek flood mitigation project. And that project, was able to get the year 5 project reports from that last week. And it did not meet year 5 monitoring standards when the monitoring ended. My main point here is that Wetland B is getting dismissed for protection, as is evident from, I'm going to try to find, which is evident from their promotional materials. I think we saw this in Amber's talk, maybe. If not, it's up on the side of Lyon Creek Preserve. We all saw it yesterday. There is no intent to preserve Wetland B. And I don't understand why it is not a valuable wetland given the scoring that it has and its incredibly unique position on the lake there for access, the lake there. It's something that needs to be incorporated into that. So this picture on the left is from, it must have been Exhibit 11. This is their stock photograph for what Wetland B is like. And on the right was something that Amber showed yesterday with the paddleboard and the usage. And what I want to point out is this is not from the previous owner. This is from the city caretaker using this property. The previous owner, we only knew Todd, took great care of this area. And I'm not going to say that he never moved his catamaran over the wetland or never impacted the wetland. He did. Just as we did yesterday when we went walking through this area without anything demarcating where the wetland was. I felt the moistness coming up when I was there, and I could tell I was in a wetland area, not demarcated. And you know what? A few people walking on the wetland every so often does not cause a lot of damage. Having hundreds of people crossing between a lawn and the water every day of summer causes a lot of damage. There is no way to preserve wetland B if you are allowing hundreds of people to walk across it every day of the primary growing season. I think I can stop my share. So another point that has been raised in all this is the blocking off of incursions into the wetland areas. So Amber has on a couple of occasions really highlighted where the split rail fences are, particularly as you go towards Lyon Creek Preserve. And I just want to point out that one of the recommendations from that year 5 final report for the Lyon Creek mitigation project, specific to the Lyon Creek Preserve and the parcels we are talking about, the portions of the wetland we are talking about, is to sign and block off trail intrusions to the mitigation area. I'm a little perplexed at why the city did not simply already do that, and that they now seem to be presenting that they will do something that they should have already done, and using that as part of it, not just part, but a real major part of their mitigation strategy. The other point I want to bring up from that year 5 report is that the emergent vegetation survival rate is 31%, according to the table in there, which does not meet performance standards. So the city has proposed in their documents, and I'm going to share one more time. Where did my PowerPoint go on here? Oh, it got moved down. Okay. And I will. That their table of mitigation does a lot, which says prior mitigation area, talking about Lyon Creek, area to be enhanced with native plantings. It's important enough to them that it is a table that is repeated page after page after page. I've put it here with X's because I just think that this is double counting. This is what the city was supposed to do with the Lyon Creek flood mitigation project, did not achieve, and is now saying we need to go back and do it better, and we should get credit for mitigating it for that reason. There's a second point there, though, which is we can assess the city's success at these things from this. This is the same consultant, DCG Watershed is now Facet. It is the same city doing it, and they did not meet their performance standards. Now, I don't want to relitigate what's happening in Lyon Creek Preserve. That's not what this is about. This is about how much faith should we put in their mitigation strategies that they're proposing now? They didn't meet them then. Why are they going to meet them now? It's the same parties. All right, stopping the share again. All right, this is going to get touched on a lot more by the experts, but I do feel like I want to make a point, and it's just going to be a small aspect of the watershed towards of wetland B and the wetland analysis. So I just want to draw our attention to DP 13. It's one data point within the data set. If anybody would like to, they can pull up Exhibit 11 on the pages 0216 and 0217.
How would I do that?
That would be great. So again, people will probably end up talking a lot about this, but there's 3 criteria to determine whether a site meets a wetland determination. So the first.
Sorry, really quick, TJ, which PDF page was that?
You know, I don't have the
that one?
PDF page, but if you scroll down, So it is the very last of these pages. And it is the Bates number? That is 0216. So it's a few more. I don't know that looking at that sheet is going to necessarily, yeah,
Oh, here it is. Okay.
So I don't know if looking at the sheet is going to be particularly helpful. The story is to identify something as a wetland, you need to identify hydrophilic vegetation. All right, they did that on here. Okay, then you need to identify hydric soils. They did that. The third one is there wetland hydrology? And the city on this says no. Maybe somebody else wants to get into the details of the secondary indicators that could be there, but I don't want to get into that. What I want to get into is that there's a primary indicator, high water A2. So the city, either drilled or shoveled down, about 16 inches, and they did not find the water table. They did this in late October. So I'm going to again share. Oh, sorry, Kaylin. Thank you. Okay, we'll do this. And I will go to this figure. All right. So this is a figure of the average water level. It's a 30-year average from the USGS, who maintains the locks. And I'm also plotting on here the average 90-day cumulative rain. So these are the two things that are probably the biggest primary drivers of water in a wetland. The amount of rainfall you've had, and not just super recently, but you need to have it have accumulated to be able to seep into the water, and what the lake level is. And you can see here that the city visit occurred at what you would pretty much consider to be the minimum point in time for the combination of rainfall and water. And in context here, very low lake levels. So we are roughly 1.5 feet below the high water level, which occurs during the growing season. All right. I'm going to stop my share. And I'm going to go back. Because I want to read from the city's geotechnical report. And again, this is... Apparently, I don't...
Sure, I can share my screen for this one, TJ, as well, if you like.
I don't know. I just want to get the geotechnical... it's Exhibit 13. So I just want to read one passage from it. The groundwater gradient will vary with the site topography, and groundwater levels may range from a few feet below the ground surface, near Beach Drive, northeast, to within a few inches below the surface, closer to the Lake Washington shoreline. Recommendation for the high groundwater elevation will need to be updated after a full year of data has been collected. Groundwater levels at the site are expected to be strongly influenced by the water level in Lake Washington. So, measuring this in October, after the dry season, at the low water season, is not the time to measure for a wetland. It's not the time when the most water is going to be there. And I want to say that it's very clear that there are multiple indicators that that spot is a wetland. So the city released the first set of documents. I believe it was in April, with a public comment period in May. And I'll be honest, the time to make a measurement to determine the delineation is kind of May-ish, around there. And I'm sorry that I was not able to get this deep into that in that time frame. It took me a while to understand what was happening. But to delineate DP13, it needs a measurement when the water is high and not when the water is lowest. And I just want to illustrate what happens To the size of that wetland, if you just change that one data point. And so there's the game. So to show you, that's where DP13 is. Many of us walked and stood on it and could feel the sponginess underfoot. And then if you were to delineate around that portion, you would extend the wetland to look something like that so that you'd incorporate it but not hit the others. I'm not trying to make a specific delineation. I'm only trying to suggest that this adds about 3,000 square feet of wetland to wetland B, which is already has the same point score as illustrated earlier as the Lyon Creek wetland C, which is getting lots of protection and this is getting none. So I'm not really here asking for the experts or anybody to fight about whether this should be determined wetland or now. I'm saying let's measure it at high water and see if we find a high water table. There's a very easy way to answer this. And I've not, since I've recognized this, been able to ask to make that measurement because of the timing of this cycle. So I just want to say the reason that I haven't pushed to get that measurement is the lake is still low. It's not that time. It's going to be that time approximately 1 year after the city released this information. All right, I've been going on a long time, skipping over all the dock stuff. I bet it's been covered really well. Let's see, I had some comments about trespass, nuisance. I think those have been sufficiently covered. I want to just illustrate one more thing. The park has no sidewalk that runs along the length of the park. So there is going to be a new sidewalk to get people to the park, but you cannot continue along it to reach our house. And the city's justification is there's no sidewalk further down Beach Drive, so why would we need to provide one? And I would like to say why one should be provided. Because I have children who walk to school and other activities across what is going to be a very busy turnaround parking area intersection that has a high potential for getting clogged up with people with overflow parking and stopping on the street to let people out or do other things. And I would like my children, as well as myself and my neighbors, to be able to walk on a protected sidewalk along the length of the park along Beach Drive with signed crosswalks for the entrance and exit to the park that prioritize the safety of all of the pedestrian users who might want to do that. All right. And so to conclude, I just want to emphasize that waterfront parks, they're pretty different than a lot of other parks. They have very peaky usage that gets very extreme and gets very crowded. And that is the potential for, worse things. Those are the potential where the problems start to happen. And I think that really needs to be factored in here when considering placing so much active use in this area. Oh, that brings me to one point. This word active. I want to see if I can find it here because I skipped over it. Give me just one moment. Oh yeah, I just want the city at times describes this park as being only for passive uses. One example of those is in the parking report to basically downplay the number of the amount of parking that is needed because there's not active uses. But the Shoreline Master Program specifically defines active uses for us. Oh yeah. The city writes in Exhibit 16, given that the park is identified as a passive use facility. But the Lake Forest Park Shoreline Master Program defines active use as recreational development also includes facilities for active uses such as swimming, boating, or other outdoor recreation uses. I think it's important to keep in mind just how active this is anticipated to be and what the numbers of people and the impacts they're going to have is, and has largely been excluded from the city's analysis. Having hundreds, up to 1,000, more than 1,000 people on this property each day brings its own impacts that are different than just from a site plan. As we all know, people don't follow all the rules, and they particularly don't follow all the rules when things are crowded and it's not easy. And let me just give a quick scan. Oh, and I will finish with one final thing, which speaks about engagement. So I believe my wife made it to one more of the outreach events than I did. So I believe I attended two. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I was out of town for one of those. I did try to engage with the city staff after the beach drive. I sent an email to Amber, Corey, and Phil. And the substance of that email was essentially pretty simple. I said, thank you for hosting the meeting with Beach Drive residents tonight. You made the point that parking was not needed because people were responding to the survey that they would be walking, biking, or taking transit. My wife, Jessie, pulled up the survey, which reads, question 3, how will you travel to the park, such as walking, biking, or taking transit? What route will you take? And I wrote, this seems like a leading question that doesn't address parking demand. And this, to me, summarizes the city's outreach. They were interested in getting answers to support what they wanted to do, not so much actually getting an honest response. I don't understand asking a question about how you will travel to the park and not including coming by vehicle. Unless you don't want to know that people want to use their vehicles. And so I just wanted to conclude with that. And I know this was long, and I thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do anything else, I'm concerned mechanically how you're going to get me the slides that he showed. When I gathered from some of the screenshots that he had a whole host of slides from which he was picking a few that he wanted to show. I don't want all of them because he didn't show them. Therefore, I've not seen them. They're not part of the record. But somebody has to remember which ones he did show and pull them together, and they become Exhibit 1005. Now, can I count on you to do that, Mr. Anaker?
Yes, we
or one of your staff people? It may mean somebody will have to go back and listen to the testimony and see which ones he pulls up.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
This didn't go the way I thought it was going to. I thought he was just going to show his slides.
And my apologies. I thought I was going to too, and then I decided it
that's
didn't
fine.
work.
Stay out of this discussion, please. This is me and Mr. Anaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Anaker.
Between myself and Professor Fudge, we will get that to you.
Okay.
And PDF.
The slides that were shown during Mr. Anaker's presentation will be entered as 1005. Any that he generated that he thought he might show but chose not to are not to be entered as 1005. Okay?
Yes, understood.
Now, do you have any further questions you want to ask?
I have some clarifying questions, and we might look at a couple other slides during them. If am I right to presume that if we do look at other slides during this, they should also be entered as 1005?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Because I'll still consider it part of his testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you, TJ, for that. It was pretty thorough, but I'm still going to hit on a couple of things. You mentioned reasonable use, the reasonable use question. And so I just had a couple of questions about that. In your view, can the properties here, the Lyons Creek and the new property, be put to a reasonable use with no variances or with fewer variances?
So recognizing that I, am not an expert in the number of variances and this or that, I think that I do believe that there can be fewer, that it can be done with fewer variances for reasonable use. And most important, I guess maybe the way I should phrase this answer is that I think that there can be not just reasonable, but really exciting public use of this with much less intense amenity development.
What would be an example of that?
So we could look across to Denny Park and recognize that it is a waterfront park that does not have a pier. And so if the priority is to have waterfront swimming, you could not have a pier, and that would allow a lot of benefits. You could alternatively not have waterfront swimming access and truly have a paddle park. We see that over in Kenmore at a park that has a native name that I have to confess I do not know how to pronounce. It starts TL apostrophe and continues on. It's also kind of called Kenmore Paddle Park. So we have examples from the neighboring.
Could you please spell that park's name for us?
Let me look it up because as much as I can't pronounce it, I can't spell it either. So I think it would be pronounced Tlaadis Park, and that would be TL apostrophe space AWH dash AH dash DEES Park, PARK.
Is there a way that an event space could be accommodated in a more limited fashion than in the current plan?
It's hard for me to reconcile using such valuable area with such huge conservation potential for an event space. It doesn't seem consistent with the Shoreline Master Program to me. It doesn't seem consistent with the site constraints that are there. I'm not going to say that it can't be. I think people could be creative, but that seems really challenging as it's really at best, and I'm not even sure it's an accessory use to water dependent recreation. And for me, recognizing the incredible luxury I have of living on the lake is that I really think the priority should be on opening things up to the lake.
Do you believe that the proposed dock is the minimum necessary?
Sorry, no, I do not. I mean, if the goal is to separate uses of swimming and kayaking, or I'm going to use kayaking to mean small watercraft launching. I'm not going to call SUPs in this, and I don't want to call it boating because I don't want to imply large motorboats. So I'm going to call it a kayak launch. We see that there's already a portion of the pier, what I would call the gangway, but I'm not sure what the proper term is for the portion that connects the stationary pier to the floating dock, if you will, that is consistently less than 10 feet. I'm not sure if on those diagrams if it's 4 feet or 5 feet wide. But if you can accommodate an ADA, somebody who needs an ADA kayak launch traversing that portion of the dock, I don't see why the majority of the rest of the dock cannot be those same dimensions. So I I have looked very briefly at, what constitutes an ADA compliant dock. And it seems like to me that a width of 5 feet is sufficient. It may well be less than that, but it's certainly, I did not find a requirement that it be 10 feet wide. I certainly did not find a requirement that there need to be L's and other things. It seems like this could be accommodated also by making it much more linear rather than going out 200 feet with a really big dock and then putting a big 70-foot long extension back across the beach. It seems like you would be able to design a beach where that gangway is still going out with just a little bit then that goes. So it seems like to me there are lots of options. And I believe my wife showed me a picture of a very similar one being launched where you could do it from the beach. I don't have that up. I wasn't anticipating this, but there's lots of options, particularly if your reason is that you need to be able to have an ADA kayak launch.
How does the S&P treat public versus private docks?
In my reading, there's no distinction. In fact, there's even passages which describe them like both together. I think there's a specific to swim floats. And I'm sorry, I don't think I have this at hand where I can read from it, where they say private and public in kind of the same thing. I mean, I know that, the word public is throughout the Shoreline Master Program. And so, the city owned Lyon Creek and the pier well before the Shoreline Master Program was adopted. So people are certainly, were well aware that there were public piers in Lake Forest Park. And, the citizens of Lake Forest Park, as wonderful and also, annoying as it can be, really prioritized preservation. I mean, my time on so the very first thing that I kind of came across when I got onto the Planning Commission was related to the PROST program. So this is the Public Recreation, Open Space, and Trails Plan. I believe it was adopted in 2019. And so I kind of saw it very early on at joining the Planning Commission. And one of the first things I did, being a young parent of young kids, was say, we need more active spaces. And I got pushback from the other commissioners. And then I actually read the survey to the PROST plan, which I just looked this up. 371 participants responded to that survey. So more than probably any individual response to any of the surveys put out for the waterfront park. And I was amazed at the importance of passive recreation to the community of Lake Forest Park. And so I did what any good person did when confronted with, data on what the community wanted. I shut up about active parks in the PROST plan. And, I learned from my community from those surveys. And, and so it actually really helped me understand why the Shoreline Master Program is written as it is.
So when we were when you were discussing parking, I believe you mentioned that you believe that 52 is the right number of parking spots.
So, yes, I said that. And I will just expand a little bit on that, which is I don't find it helpful to just say, no, that's a bad number. I think it's much more helpful if you say, here's something in the ballpark. This is where we should be having the conversation. Here's the reason this is a reasonable comparison. And so I wanted to keep it really simple and just say, let's use what's at log boom. I think that's 52. This is not meant to distinguish 50 from 52 from 54. It's not meant to distinguish if people can agree on a better method for this. But yes, I mean, that was kind of the number I gave.
Okay. And let's see here. So most of your testimony, I believe, there is obvious overlap, but a lot of that regarded the permitting question. But do you think that any of your previous testimony was relevant to the questions related to SEPA?
I mean, yes, I do. I think particularly, the wetland B question and the prior performance of, the mitigation. All of those things, I think, also speak to SEPA. I think there's a lot of things we didn't get into, about SEPA as well, and I did not prepare to talk on those because I guess I thought that was not what this comment was about. I thought this was a comment on the permits, and I could have erred in that. I'll admit, the way this is structured is very confusing to somebody like me.
Okay. Well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to walk through some of the concerns that you had about the SEPA checklist. I'm going to go ahead and put that up on the screen. So I'm looking at the facts on the ground here. So looking at page number 4, we are on page number 4. That's item 2, air, of the SEPA checklist, which is exhibit 006. And you have reviewed the SEPA checklist before, right?
I have, not particularly recently, so please bear with me if I need to reread it to remind myself.
Okay.
There are a lot of documents.
So what does the checklist have to say about air impacts from increased vehicle traffic?
As I could find, nothing.
Do
Yeah.
you anticipate there to be additional vehicle trips from the proposed project?
Yes. I mean, the city analysis, while I think is way low in those number of trips, it clearly shows that there is a significant increase. In particular for us, it's that proximity to our home that is the concern. So, there's our neighbors that drive past the house, and that's, certainly something totally fine. And I think my wife kind of alluded to this, but we expect a really large number of vehicles to be idling, turning, and basically all of the new generated trips are going to pass directly by our home. I think it's always kind of within 10 feet. And so I do expect that there to be significant air quality considerations because of those vehicles in the summertime when our air quality is at its worst.
So you think that there should have been some analysis of the emissions analyzed in the checklist?
I do. I mean, they're clearly aware that, residential uses such as gasoline engines and cooking emit things, but they don't. I mean, so that they can ascribe that others are doing it, but they don't mention that they will, aside from construction.
And directing your attention now to number 3A there, surface water. Just really quick, what surface waters are located near the project site?
Lake Washington and Lyon Creek. There's also a little stream that flows into Lyon Creek from the other side of Beach Drive, which comes out of a culvert and then goes into another culvert. So there's but it's not it's surface water. It's not major.
So from your understanding of what the project entails, is there any work that's being done within 200 feet of either Lyons Creek or Lake Washington here?
The vast majority of work is happening within those, according to the plans.
So from what you can see, does the SEPA checklist address any of the work within 200 feet?
So it does, am I reading point 2 right? That it says that work will happen, grading, vegetation removal, structure removal, and dock replacement? Is that what you're
Yes.
asking in part 2? Yeah. So it does identify that.
Is there any other work that might be happening in that area that isn't accounted for there?
Let's see, grading and vegetation removal, structure removal, dock replacement. There's a lot of construction happening within it. I mean, I think the hearing examiner asked about the deck before that. There's certainly pavement of the parking area that is within that. I would imagine there's all of the paths that are concrete are within that. So there's a host of other activities. I'm sure I'm not listing them all.
Are there plans to expand Beach Drive to your knowledge?
Do you mean expanding the width of Beach Drive?
Yeah.
To make it, my understanding is no.
Okay.
I will say the city, if I understood the early stages, was thinking about it. I believe they decided not to. I've never really gotten a clear description, to be perfectly honest. So, but
Okay.
I believe looking at the plans, there's no widening of Beach Drive. But I'm not maybe the most qualified person to answer that, but that's my belief.
Okay. So moving on really quick to section B on groundwater, does the SEPA checklist address the potential for groundwater withdrawal during construction?
It does not seem to. It only seems to address using the well on the site for irrigation.
In your review of the documents, is there any reason to think that there might be groundwater withdrawal during construction?
I thought the geotechnical report referred to that, but I would need to go back to the geotechnical report if that it certainly is something to be considered with such shallow water tables.
So section C of that is water runoff. Do you know approximately how much the proposal increases the impermeable surface on the site?
Oh, that is a good question. I'd have to go back. I was never able to I put in, I think it was my second comment, some calculations on this. I could try to pull that up. It'll take a little while. I'm willing to do it. It is thousands of additional square feet of impervious surface. I believe maybe the city can help me out with this. I'm pretty sure they said that it is 5% of the project total is there. To give you a real answer, but it's certainly a significant increase. And actually, you know what? This is worth pulling up that comment. I should be able to find it pretty quickly. All right. Oh, no, wrong one. So my rough estimate was that the city is increasing the impervious surface on the two properties by about 80%, an increase of something over 8,000 square feet. What I would like to comment with this is it was incredibly hard to figure out what the existing conditions on the site were. And I had to make rough approximations. So I'm well aware that this is a ballpark figure and not a specific amount. Maybe the city has calculated this. I hope that they have. And so I don't know if they're allowed to chime in with that number, but I would certainly appreciate it if they have it. And
I don't think they are. We'll move on here. So we'll skip ahead to noise here. So it looks like a number of different things are recognized on the noise section here in number A. Are there any other types of noise that exist in the area that may affect the project or that may grow from the project here?
Yeah, so, question A there lists kind of the current noise generators, right? Then, question B talks again only about construction, but there is going to be a huge increase in noise from the park. So, this is going to be in the form of many more additional vehicles, obviously. My wife mentioned all the activities that happen in the parking lot, even just loud conversations of drunk people leaving for the night. I'm sure we're all familiar with how disruptive those can be. There's bound to be, in an event space, amplified noise happening during events. There's bound to be amplified noise just from people bringing speakers to the beachfront park. I mean, and it seems pretty clear to me that the city is well aware that these things get generated from their answer to question A. They just, for some reason, don't want to address the long-term basis of the changes in the levels of noise.
I'm gonna skip ahead to transportation. I'll looking at number 15, and then E, the question is, will the project or proposal use or occur in the immediate vicinity of water, rail, or air transportation? If so, describe. Says no. Is there any water, rail, or air transportation nearby the project?
Yes, we've got Kenmore Air Harbor just down the way.
Okay.
And as we've heard in other testimony, they want to make the dock accessible for air float plane emergency response.
And to look at A, what were the errors that you saw in the city's analysis of the traffic on Beach Drive?
So one error in the analysis of the traffic on Beach Drive is that whatever the input counts of traffic do not agree at two intersections that need to agree. So I don't know where the problem is, but it raises the question of whether of what is accurate in that entire analysis. I'm trying to think, are there other specific factual errors? Maybe I'm not understanding your question. I'll be
No,
honest.
I think
Yeah.
you hit what I was getting at here, and then we'll go finally to number 17 here. And you were seen, are you aware of any planned adjacent sanitary sewer upgrades in this area?
Yes. So the city has I believe met with neighbors once about the Beach Drive sewer. I'll call it the Beach Drive sewer project. I don't know its official name, but the idea is to basically redo much of the sewer down Beach Drive, particularly impacting us in the next 4 or 5 houses, and trying to move the sewer line from running at the lakefront to under the street. I do not believe that project has reached 30% design yet. So there is lots of uncertainty and there's conflicting information from city officials. But it is a major project. We've been told by the mayor that the sewer system is essentially decrepit and could go badly anytime, spewing sewage, on our lakefronts. And this is all in an effort to, I think, to get us to, really be very accommodating of what is going to be a, very impactful project in terms of, shutting Beach Drive down for multiple days where we'd be walking to our houses to allow them to dig. I want to say it's like 15 or 20 feet deep. So this is a big project. I do not know details because I don't think the city knows details, and people seem to think different things are happening.
Okay, and I'm going to put up another exhibit here really quick. This is exhibit 1000 or 1002. And do you recognize this email?
Yes, this is sent to us by Mayor Tom French, who is addresses us as neighbors because he also lives on Beach Drive.
And this discusses that the sewer system.
Correct.
Okay. And just go back really quick to that SEPA checklist. Is there any analysis related to that system on this checklist?
No. And is it okay if I bring up a couple of things related to utilities?
Yes.
So it's my understanding, and this contradicts with what Amber said yesterday, and she may still be correct, but I would ask that people, understand this a little more. But I at least once, if not twice, ran my hose over to Todd so that he could have water at his house and his cabins when his well was down. So it was my understanding that the cabins and house were not connected to the water system. I believe that the city performed a kind of emergency addition of water to the caretaker's cabin. But I was under the impression that it was only to his cabin. So I believe Amber yesterday said that all of the, cabins were hooked up to the water system. And, my impression was that was not the case. Probably not really all that critical one way or another. I'm also curious about the sewer system that's there. So during the pandemic, I found out that the city caretaker was planning to throw a 25 to 30 person party because I saw porta potties getting delivered to the property. A big truck pulled up with porta potties. That caught my attention. And to the city's credit, they shut down the, what would have violated many of the gathering, restrictions at the time of the pandemic. But it's always made me wonder what the quality of the sewer system is if you've got a property with that many cabins and that many bathrooms and you need to bring porta potties over. And when I asked the caretaker, he talked about how bad the plumbing was. So just I don't know, just a couple of things that, raised up in my attention yesterday from the testimony.
Okay. Just a little bit more here. Promise we are nearing the end. So I am putting up Exhibit 024. Does this look familiar, DJ?
Yes.
And you remember receiving this or at least reviewing it?
I do. I did receive it both electronically and by mail.
And could you just read that first page for me, just to yourself? Tell me when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. So just look at the first page. Did this state that it may be the only opportunity to comment on the environmental impacts of the proposal?
It does not on the first page.
Okay. Does it disclose that mitigation measures may be required under applicable codes, even if no environmental impact statement is prepared?
I did not see that mentioned.
Does it inform the public that a copy of the subsequent threshold determination may be obtained upon request?
Not on this page.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And just one more question. I think you alluded, or one more topic. I think you alluded to it in our earlier in your presentation, but during our the site visit yesterday, were you able, did you notice anything particularly remarkable about the ground?
I was very surprised at how wet the ground was in certain locations. No, surprised is the wrong word. It was as wet as I thought it would be in the areas that I have thought should be classified as wetlands. And it was quite wet, even extending beyond those places. And I was a little surprised because the lake level is down quite far. And we've had sunny days. So, I mean, it's not like there's been a recent, heavy rain. So I certainly noticed that. I also noticed a variety of what I think are likely wetland plants in different places, and I was surprised by some of those because they're actually have been able to grow up quite a ways, despite probably because it hasn't been mowed recently. Because who mows their lawn at this time of year? Nothing grows up very high.
Yeah, and I'm going to actually share my screen one more time. This is Exhibit 012, the biological evaluation, which I believe was identified by a witness earlier today as one of the better examples of existing conditions. It looks like might be the page break might be in an inopportune place, but if you could tell me where on these drawings.
I am not seeing drawings.
Oh, that's because, let's see here. Are you seeing drawings now?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could kind of indicate where on, do you recognize these drawings first of
I
all?
recognize these drawings. These are tough because of the page break with where I think, so this has significant areas of wetland, but it's really these. So I want to particularly call attention to, if you move your mouse to that area, which, if I'm understanding the topography correctly, is a little bit of a depression in the elevation. And
Okay.
that was, as far as I can tell, the area of DP13. It's a little hard to tell because there are no GPS points provided or markers provided for those DPs. But that's kind of my best guess for that area relative to the trees that
Yeah.
are there and other features.
So I'm going to describe the area I think you're talking about and let me know if this is what you mean. We are on PDF page 56, Bates number 0327. It appears on the left-hand side of the drawing that's on that page. It looks like it's the last bit of the words front addition, but it's just RONT space addition. And it looks like there is a dashed line around a space, an amorphous space, and there's a 19 in there. Is that generally the area? I realize we're not going to get exact here, but is that generally the area
that is generally the area.
Okay.
It's possible that the whole area, kind of as you walk down to the lakefront, exhibited a similar feel to me. And in particular, I was surprised because on the let's see, sorry, hex directions, when turned to like this, I believe it'd be west, going down from the dock. There was by a no trespassing sign, there was a very large plant that I associate with wetlands. And so I was also noticing that there. And what surprised me about that is it appears to be outside of where they delineated the wetland to be, that it looked like the wetland was continuing beyond the dock, if I'm understanding the wetland delineation here.
Okay.
So it would be a little bit down page from that little triangle of like gray, sorry, a triangle, sorry, L of gray, just down from where the dock joins the shore.
Okay, hold on 1 second here. This is not, this is frustrating. And okay, really quick though, while we're still on this image, did it feel wet and soggy all over the site?
It did not feel wet and soggy over all, like, the whole property. In particular, it felt wet and soggy kind of as you went from that depression of Area 19 kind of down to the lake. It seemed to me like it got less soggy as you went into the tree area, which also is kind of higher up. So it's a little bit higher elevation. But then it was also quite wet and soggy over in that area by wetland A as well.
Okay. And so really quick, I'm going to unshare my screen. And then I'm going to re-share it for you. Okay. And I believe we're seeing a picture. It's a little bit unclear, but there's a picture of a plant here, right?
Yes.
Is that the plant that you were referring to?
Yeah,
And did you take this photograph?
I did
And when did you take it?
yesterday.
And I like to mark this photograph as exhibit 106 or 1006.
So marked and entered. Can the witness tell us what we're looking at and where it was?
Yeah, can you describe roughly where it was? I can put the exhibit 12 back up.
So this was kind of in that general area of what I'll call the 19-foot elevation contour depression. I hope that directs people. I do not want to state that I have great positioning on where this is, but it's generally in that area of the property. And I do not know what kind of plant it is. I only recognize it as looking similar to plants that I have seen in mitigation plantings before.
Okay, and I'll stop sharing my screen. And then I will reshare it again really quickly. Okay. And is this that same plant, but a little bit closer up?
This is not that same plant.
Okay.
This is that plant I was referring to as being next to the no trespassing sign, kind of in that, immediate shoreline fringe.
Okay.
To my eye, it looked like the same type of plant, but I say that very loosely because I am
okay. But you
very
suspect an expert would be able to.
I think so.
Okay.
They certainly have a much better chance than me at telling you what that plant is.
And I like to mark this. And you took this photograph yesterday?
Correct, during the site visit.
Okay. I like to mark this photograph exhibit 1007.
So marked and entered.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Professor Fudge, and I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Can I count on you to get those two pictures
Yes.
sent into the city so they can, or
Yes.
okay, you'll get them to the city. That's the important thing right now. All righty. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break right now. I need 15 minutes this time instead of 10, if that works for everybody. Is there anybody who wants more than 15? No? Okay. Let's see. It says 336. That would be, I can't even add that. About 350, I think. Does that sound about right? Okay, we're at recess until 3:50. Thank you. This is the second part of the afternoon session on Lakefront Park Improvements hearing on February 26, 2026. Ms. Pratt, do you wish to cross-examine Mr. Fudge?
You're
You
muted.
need to
Ms.
turn
Pratt.
on your audio.
Thank you. Yes, I do want to cross, Mr. Fudge.
Okay, please proceed.
All right. Mr. Fudge, at the beginning of your testimony today, and you were talking about the solar panels on your house, you said there were 2 trees, true south on the city property that you were worried about, alders, I think. I'm going to share my screen. This is from Exhibit 1, Bates page 0004. Can you tell me where those trees are? I'm not hearing Mr. Fudge. Am I missing something?
I'm not hearing him either.
Is he here?
He was on and he appears to have fallen off.
Oh.
I'll text him.
Matt needs to let him into the house.
Yeah, I saw him and I'm no longer seeing him.
Am I here now? Do you guys have me? I
Yes,
feel like
we
I'm
do.
here now.
Yes, you're
Sorry, I
there.
was in that other space. I had my
Did
Zoom
you
crashed
hear her
on me, so
question?
I don't think I was a panelist.
Hold on. Did you hear Ms. Pratt's question?
I was able to hear Miss Pratt's
Okay.
question. Can I point to it exactly? You know, it would be a lot easier if I had our house marked on here.
I don't.
It would be, let's call it kind of bike rackish area
Well,
up to the right.
Where is it in relationship to this parking spot? The 2 trees.
To the right. So go to that little triangle of, oh, no, keep going right, keep going right. I want to say, oh, stop. Go to, how do I describe this? I can see,
let me try something
right up
here.
the top line.
I'm going to look on Exhibit 12 because the exhibit that Ms. Pratt has up doesn't show any trees specifically. So let's see if we can find something that shows trees.
Oh, great idea.
I don't know that I can, but I'm going to try. It seemed to me there was one of them. That's not it. Maybe it's not.
Can you pull up?
I think it was Exhibit 12.
Well,
If we have the demo one, I'm pretty sure it's kind of right next to the second cabin in. So if you come in from Beach Drive, there's
Mr. Fudge, could you wait until I find an exhibit and it'll just sort of cut through a lot of this. We can be clearer, I hope.
I've switched over to the arborist report because sometimes they have all the trees marked and listed, and frankly, I can't remember whether this one does or not. It does not. It's got dots, but it doesn't tell you where they are. You can see his house. Maybe you folks can work with this one. For the heck of it, try Exhibit 9, PDF 21, which would be Bates 123.
Oh, I think I have the trees on
there's a line drawing that has the trees, and right now I've seen so many line drawings today, I can't remember which one. But this page 21 in Exhibit 9 is an aerial. It will show the fudge house very clearly. It doesn't tell you what the trees are. It just says that there is significant, it's got green dots on significant trees. And I'm trying to remember off the top of my head whether an alder is even a significant tree in Lake Forest Park. In a lot of cities, it isn't, and so it wouldn't even be marked.
Mr. Fudge, this is from Exhibit 12, page 326. Does this show the trees that you're talking about? There's 2 trees here.
Oh, definitely not that far down. So if you go, okay, so do you see where the garage is?
Yes.
All right, go to the next cabin. All right, now go to the next cabin.
Mhm.
And now go directly up to the property line. That's the area of them. I do have trouble relating exactly what's across things, so I could be off by a little. And that should, if you rotate things, be close to south direction.
And what kind of trees are they?
My belief is that they're alders. I'll confess I could be wrong on that. They're kind of the most common kind of species of tree to come into kind of disturbed areas, and they look like what I think alders are.
And did you say the city planted them when it?
No, I did not.
No. Okay, good.
No.
Just humor me for a minute, please. Go to Exhibit 9. Page 21, or PDF 21. Okay, now zoom in. And you can see the fudge house clearly. This was before the demo, so you can see the cabins, the garage and the cabins. And there is a green dot in the same area that he was just pointing to.
Right here?
Right there. Yeah, I don't know whether that's the tree or not, but I'm saying here's an aerial that shows trees. You can see the house. I don't know if it's more helpful or not, but
Does that help you, TJ, answer the question? Are those the trees you're talking about?
That's certainly the area that I'm talking about. I cannot say whether that is the tree, but that is certainly the area.
And you testified that someone at the Civic Club gave you estimates of number of people per day using the Civic Club. Can you tell me who that was?
I've got a question on that.
she asked the
Well,
questions,
I
you
feel-
answer them.
Okay, I just want to know. I do feel bad giving out other people's names. If I need to answer, I will. Otherwise, I prefer to not.
Was this
Okay,
given to you like anonymously? Is this a secret?
I don't think it's anonymous or a secret, but I just didn't ask him whether to use his name.
I need the name, please.
Okay. Let me quickly look it up to make sure I get it right. It is Kip Kane. That is KIP space KANE.
And did he give that to you in an email?
He did.
And can you read that for me? So it seems like you have it up.
Sure, TJ. Here's the information we discussed. We have 3,000 homes within the deeded area. Of those, 820 deeded members have elected to join the club. During the summer months, we average 300 to 400 visitors to the club daily. On very sunny days or busy days like the 4th of July, we have 600 to 800 visitors to the club. We have 40 parking spots and 13 boat trailer parking spots. In the past 2 years, we have seen about 150 cars daily turn onto our access road to turn around. This is due in part to the access to the business dental building in Kenmore, which removed left turn access from Bothell Way. If a public park opens, we could see double the traffic on this road, leading to gridlock because of the park's lack of parking. We see more foot traffic, and with more cars on the block, the odds of an accident are much higher. Let me know if you want more information or would like to discuss anything regarding the park. Thank you.
In the for what it's worth category, there is a Kip Kane who is an attendee in our hearing today. And he's identified as an LFPCC admin.
There we go.
So I would assume that's Lake Forest Park Civic Club, but I don't know that.